signed in, but you can't see me in the camera yet, Kelly. Oh, that's fine. I'm just gonna double check.
Veronica, I don't think we've met yet. What do you do at HCD?
I'm their access specialist. I'm an ACA.
Oh, cool.
Hi, Brendan.
Hey, Veronica. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Yeah, I used to be at BSC.
Oh, okay.
I kind of love them all. And I miss them all.
Is it not working? There we go.
Hi, Eric. Hi, Michelle.
Good morning, Veronica. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Pretty sure I could figure out who Eric is. Who's on,
Hi, Jay.
and the other staff member, I'll just put it that way, I gotta be correct.
Michelle Davis.
Thank you.
And can you help me pronounce your last name, Jay?
Nope.
Nope, Wizenat. I'm going to take a stab at
Jay.
Wizenat.
No, just Jay is just fine.
Yep, that's all we've ever been able to figure out anyway is Jay.
Call me late for dinner.
Morning, Michelle. Morning, Eric.
Morning,
Good
April.
morning.
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 Nice. I am just testing my lighting.
That's interesting. Like if you look at writing on the wall, there's that sort of shadow line halfway through.
We have a hand raised in our desk.
It's because they're recessed fixtures, yeah, but they don't light up.
It's Richard Scott. Would you like to invite him to speak?
How do I do this?
I'll have to allow him to speak.
Is he a CAC? I mean,
No.
so
I'm going to step out, finish my yogurt, and get rid of it.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I should grab some coffee, actually. Brandon, I'll be right back. You're muted, by the way.
okay, no problem. I'll be here.
Who wants to take bets on the first Zoom interruption that we have? Something that's gonna bomb us. We have my dog. UPS delivery to the front door. Where I don't have children to worry about. So.
Brendan, is it possible to send a panelist link to Ida separately?
Let me check with some BSC staff.
Okay, thank you. If you could, that'd be great.
Good morning, Miss Mia.
Good morning, Veronica. How are you?
I'm good,
Good.
honey.
Good. Good to see you all.
Good to see you too.
I'm going to hop offline for a couple minutes until we start at 9 o'clock.
Hey, Michelle,
Yes.
this is Brandon at BSC. If Ida wanted to join as a panelist, the easiest way would be for her to just join the meeting as a attendee, and then we can switch her over.
Oh, okay. Let me go tell her that then.
Okay,
She's in another room. I'll be right back.
sure, no problem.
Oh, wait, she's here already.
Oh, wait.
Michelle,
Oh, she's here?
yeah,
Okay,
let me switch her over. I can switch her over.
perfect.
It's done. Hey, Brandon.
Thank you. I'm not planning to speak, but in case something, I need to address something, I'll be on standby.
She was snoring last night. There was a comment from Nivian who's proposing the urinals and shower.
Okay.
She, according to Ida, I haven't read the email, she believes that the shower,
Hello? This is Gene Lozano.
Morning, Gene. Dan Kaiser here.
Oh, hi, Dan. I just wanted to be certain that people could hear me. Thank you. How are you doing?
Terrific.
Glad you're joining us, Gene. This is Jay.
Okay, hello, captioner Sarah. I see you. Would you like to enter some captions so that we can, I'm monitoring the stream text screen if you'd like to enter some captions. And Jean, we have you live now, so you can mute and unmute yourself as necessary.
Okay, thank you. And you can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will mute myself now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Zelmer.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you all? Hey, Jay.
Plugging along.
Is Michael Gibbons here? We're waiting for Michael and Sadir. And Sarah, thank you. I see the text. Say that 3 times fast. Thank you for that.
Sorry for the delay.
That's okay. It's just now 9 o'clock and we'll probably give a minute or two for 2 more committee members to join. You'll be doing a roll call.
This is the captioner, Sarah. Is there any way you can assign me as captioner so I can put the captions into YouTube?
We did not set that up for this meeting, so we have the Zoom captioning turned on, and then you will just be on your app. And we have provided in the agenda a link to your app for people who want to view it that way.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, it's 9 o'clock, so I will, and all tech is functioning. So I will hand this off to Brandon and our chairperson, Jay.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to join this, work on the code development process. Recordings in progress. I guess the first thing is, can you, Brandon, got a whole new slew of staff here. I'm sorry. So Brandon, would you go ahead and call roll and see if how we're doing for a quorum?
Sure. Jay Wisnett,
Here.
Eugene Lozano,
Here.
Sudhir Kumar Agrawal, Daniel Kaiser,
Here.
Bill Zelmer,
Here.
Brad Wungluck,
Here.
Michael Gibbons.
Oh, here's Michael is in participants. Let me move him to panelists.
Okay. We'll come back to the Michael Gibbons. Omer Mail,
Here.
Rebecca Leda,
Here.
April Dawson,
Here.
and Trevor Finneman.
Here.
And we'll go back up to Michael Gibbons.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Sorry, yeah, I'll try to get my picture on. Sorry, I'm here.
All right, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Brandon. Go ahead and read the meeting information and instructions.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brandon Estes. I'm an associate construction analyst with the California Building Standards Commission. I will be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting. I would like to introduce the other CBS staff in attendance. Laura Mills, Associate Governmental Program Analyst, who will be helping us with the public comments received. Other CBSC staff are on Zoom, including the Executive Director, Mia Marvelli, and the Deputy Executive Director, Kevin Day. This is an open public meeting of the CBSC Accessibility Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review of the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBSC commissioners for adoption. The proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in Health and Safety Code section 18930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. The committee members can find the 9-point criteria listed in the Code Advisory Committee meeting procedures and references provided as part of the materials for this meeting. The members of the public can find the 9-point criteria posted on the Access CAC meeting webpage linked on the meeting agenda. Recommendations are restricted to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study. For positions to approve as amend, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and subsequently provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. This meeting is being held remotely consistent with Senate Bill 189, which authorizes a state body to hold public meetings through teleconferencing and to make public meetings accessible telephonically or otherwise electronically. Additionally, this meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the viewers there is an approximate 45-second delay. Closed captioning is available via Zoom's automated live transcription by clicking on the closed caption button. Closed captioning will automatically appear if you are watching the meeting via YouTube. Closed captioning is also available for both meeting days through the stream text link provided on the agenda. The stream text service provides a larger closed captioning screen and can be customized by the user. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on the CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call the CBSC office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the committee chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go through the Zoom participants that have raised their hands. Then the committee chair will take the comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please take yourself off mute. You may choose to announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when you are done commenting. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The committee will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the committee's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, January 26, 2023. Jeff.
Okay, thank you. Probably need some coffee now. We've got some sort of housekeeping things to go through as we start this off. I will sort of stress we've got a relatively light agenda compared to some of our past hearings. We do have the ability to get through those items effectively and efficiently if we maintain focus on the one thing that is probably the hardest to keep in mind, and that is that we can only address the item that has been presented to us. We cannot make code in this conversation today. So the staff presentation and the item that they've given us is the key thing to recognize and talk to. We have the sort of repeat a little bit some of what was just said there. I'll be asking staff, to make their presentation on the items, and we'll discuss those items. First, asking the committee, from the committee to the staff, any questions they have, and then we'll open up to public and walk through the comments from the public, close public, and then further discussion by the committee as requested, and then take action. We have a little bit different strategy or agenda structure from DSA on this particular one. It's called the grouped items agenda. I'm going to put off discussing how we handle that until we get to DSA's package. But those of you that have had a chance to look at that, let's be prepared to talk about if we're going to deal with grouped items, how we deal with grouped items, and so on. Please be respectful of time. I'm reading from my script also. And we'll take a lunch break at an appropriate time in the agenda. We'll stop at 12 o'clock or anything. We'll get to the item and take a break. The other thing that I want to stress for the benefit of our interpreters is we're calling on the agenda here for about every 90 minutes. That's a long time for you all. And so please feel free to signal staff that you would like to take a break, get stretched out, and we'll be more than accommodating for that. And I'd like to, if I can, take a moment here. I'd like to recognize and honor Pauline DeLille, who recently passed away. I just found that out this week. Many of us have worked with her over the years. She's a pretty amazing woman. She was a constant advocate for access and for participation in the process. She was articulate, she was passionate, and I can personally attest to the fact that she can change her opinion, how she presents and how she deals with a particular issue. She'll be missed, but I think she does provide that example of what strong advocacy can do by participating in the code process, making a change. So I wanted to take that time for that. She was a big part of California advocacy for a long time. Okay. We have an opportunity on the agenda for items to be presented as topics that are not on the agenda. So the public can suggest something that needs to be brought on to a future discussion and made part of a future action or agenda by both DSA and HCD. So staff, please check on the phone line and see if there are any suggestions for future agenda items. Those of you that are calling in, remember, please keep those brief. They won't be discussed, they'll just be agended or topic for a later meeting. Thank you. Staff, please proceed.
So we have several hands raised. The first hand raised I will call on is Eric on the panelist side.
Thank you. My comment really is for the audio clarity of Chairperson Wisenatt. We're having a hard time hearing clearly everything being said.
Thank you. That was, you're having a hard time hearing me, so I will present the microphone maybe a little bit better. Thank you.
The next hand raised on the panelist side is Mia.
Good morning, everybody. Mia Marvelli, Executive Director of the Building Standards Commission. I do want to raise something that was brought to our attention late last night and early this morning. I want to bring this up to the chair. There was a request early this morning that the DSA, part of the DSA code package be heard this morning, which is out of order of the current agenda. I'd also like to mention that there was a couple of comments received late last night and early this morning that have not been provided to the committee. I can go into detail about the request for the change in the agenda item hearing, but I wanted to mention for the good of the group that the agenda that we issue at least 15 days prior to the meeting has a cutoff date for comments. The reason for that date is that it allows the building standards staff to process the comments and provide them to the committee in a timely manner so that they have time to digest the comments prior to the meeting. One of the reasons we added this date was per the request of the public. Because what was happening in prior code cycles is the public would bring a extensive written comment to the committee, and there was not enough time for them to review that information prior to making a recommendation during the committee meeting. So I want to bring this to your attention. We will work today to get the comments that we received to the committee, but it will not be in a timely manner so that you can review those comments. So Chair, I just want to let you know that the request was, I think it was pretty specific that DSA's code package, which is agenda item 6, and within DSA's code package, it would be the express terms and commission action matrix items 15 and 16 be heard out of order. The concern I have with that is the Department of, Housing and Community Development is first on the agenda item 5, and their code package is relatively small. And I think it could be heard fairly quickly this morning and still provide time for the committee to hear DSA's items out of order later today. It's completely up to the committee and the chair, but I just wanted to provide that information before we get the meeting started.
Do we want to go ahead and take the rest of the public comments for future agenda items, then we'll come back to the committee to decide what we decide for the agenda request.
First person with their hand raised is Richard Scapp, and I will unmute you.
Good morning. Jay, I was surprised to hear you're thinking of retiring. That's not allowed. Your many years have been greatly appreciated. Your many years of work, generally in code and specifically on access codes and standards, has been an important part of the input to make better code. And thank you for your service. And I just wish you would continue. I have a couple of very brief items that are housekeeping items. I'm concerned that we aren't showing a list of those participating, not committee members, not California Building Standards chair or members or DSA staff. We should have the ability to know who's on the call or the meeting, not because of anything negative, but just because it's important that we know all the people that are involved. Secondly, for many years, I know I did, and by the way, Jay, thank you again for your comments about Holland. Holland spent most of her adult life advocating for people with disabilities, and she is sorely missed. So thank you for recognizing her work. But she and I, over many years, and many chairs of the Building Standards Commission and staff at Building Standards have asked, and at one point received, that the 5 code writing agencies would put their proposed code changes, whether it's new code section or a modification of the existing code, at least for some of us, in multiple columns. The first column being existing code for the section that's being proposed to be changed, or if there is no existing code, a blank box. The next column would be the proposed code change, and the last column would be in plain, understandable, not code language, the effect the proposed change in code creates. We're dealing here with about 20% of the state's population who are not code officials, code experts, understand code. What they understand is that they are either able to or not able to function in the built environment. And when the 5 code writing agencies put their proposals together, they are doing it from a very long background in code development. 99 and 9/10% of the disability and vulnerable senior population have had no contact with code writing or understand the process. And code language is, if you look at the problems we are having with code use in the field, the California Commission on Disability Access, what was it, over 9,000 complaints they received last year? A large, I may have the number wrong, but a large number of issues with access when it's trying to be applied in the field. So if the professionals, licensed architects, engineers, contractors, and building department staff have difficulty understanding and implementing and enforcing our access codes, how are people with disabilities with no background, no training, supposed to understand what is being proposed and the possible effects it might have? So that's another issue. So showing participants the provision of the information that's going to be discussed during your meetings and during the Building Standards Commission meetings is really important. And last, we have no information from any of the code writing agencies, and in this case, DSA, about how and why the proposed code changes are being put forward. Who proposed them from the community or from the, out in the field, business organizations, building industries, Calbo, AIA. We should understand who, what organization, what group, what individual made proposals and why. So those are the things I ask of you as housekeeping issues. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Scaff. So staff, you have those items for future formatting and options on presenting how we get the agenda structured. Thank you for your comments, Richard. Anybody else in the queue?
The next person with their hand raised is Connie Arnold. Oh, I have to, sorry, click. Go ahead.
Ms. Arnold, I think you're still on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, very good.
I was taking my medication, sorry. I had requested to be able to speak earlier on items 15 and 16. And before I give you my opposition to those code changes, which I hope is okay if I can do that now.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop you right now if I can. We're in the agenda portion where we're looking for things to talk about for a future agenda.
Okay, then I'll give you something for that. Okay, and I hope you'll be able to move up items 15 and 16. I always wanted them to have the recessed sanitary napkin dispenser combined unit that is where the toilet paper and the pull-out sheets for the toilet seat covers and the disposal unit are all in one, recessed behind the grab bar, is recessed in the wall. And I brought that proposal up before, and they added something where they put the disposal unit, which interferes with transfer access for people with disabilities, because it sticks out from the wall and people transfer differently. And it would interfere with transfers and, where their legs might be involved. So I would like that issue brought up before again, and I will submit my information. The reason it wasn't accepted before was because of the state architect, I believe himself, opposing a lot of the changes that would help the disabled community. It was a beveled edge, and it only pushed out maybe 1/8 of an inch or something like that at an angle. And they said that was an interference, but it was actually better access.
Okay, so that is an item that you would like staff to consider for a future modification. Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Yes, we have Tim Tamesh. And I'd also like to say really quickly, while Tim is getting ready to speak, that Sadir has arrived and
great.
is logged in. And so we can mark him off of as attending. All right, Tim, go ahead.
Thank you. I am in support of moving up 15 and 16 today. I think if I've heard DSA's comments before at a code collaborative meeting, they recognize that these are the two most impactful items on the agenda today, the ones that you're going to hear the most voices. And for that reason, we should find a way. I understand housing needs to go first, that we don't want to impact them. But we should find a way to get that on the agenda so that you hear as many voices as possible. If they're put to the end of the day, or even possibly if this meeting spills into tomorrow, you're not going to hear all those voices. And then I would just say more generally that when we know that items are going to be the most popular, if I might, or the most controversial is another way to put it, those should always be put first. We should always get them in the meeting where people can plan and see and be there. To ask people to wait 8 hours or potentially 16 hours to have their voices heard when we know these are the issues that need to be heard. DSA is going to want to hear those voices, and they're going to want to make sure that those things are put forward first. So I think it was an oversight this time, but next time in structuring the agenda, we should make sure that it's in inverse order, that the items that we know have the least amount of opposition are heard last. And again, this is all about participation. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
The next person with their hand raised is Nebian. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. And there you go.
Good morning. My name is Nubian Scott. I'm a staff attorney with Disability Rights California and also a member of the DSA Access Code Collaborative. I just wanted to give context for the issue that Ms. Marvelli mentioned earlier. So the request that Ms. Marvelli was communicating was on behalf of Disability Rights California, and I was the person that sent the email around 5:30 yesterday and then also this morning. So I just wanted to give context to that and also apologize for the short notice on the public comments. I totally understand and recognize the timelines and the reasons for them. But we were contacted here at DRC by several members of the public that brought additional issues to our attention. And further, when the Access Code Collaborative reviewed some of these items, there wasn't access to the same drawings and figures that are part of it now. So I think that is part of the reason why additional issues were recognized by disability community members. And the reason why we asked for the items to be raised up to the top of the agenda is because several disability community members communicated to us that they weren't sure how long they would be able to stay on the call, but they would like to make comments. And so they asked us to make that request on their behalf. So I just wanted to share that additional context. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
There's one more hand raised.
Okay. Go ahead.
Marissa.
Hi, yeah, my name is Marissa Shaw, and I want to say I support all the comments that have been made on this Zoom, but I also want to say that specifically I support the last two comments on parts of the agenda. I understand that this committee is going to do whatever it chooses to do. However, there are several community individuals such as myself who won't be able to sit here all day and have specific comments on the agenda, like Nivea just said, and Tim also made a comment to. So I understand you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do, but I just want to say that, I hope that you hear this and you make a consideration for what's just been said.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Anybody else in the queue?
Yes. Bob Kramer.
Yes, can you hear me?
We hear you several times, Bob. You have something else connected as well.
Sorry about that. This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry and the California Apartment Association. Looking at the agenda, I made an effort to be here early. And for what it's worth, I think you'll be dispensing with HCD's package in rather, very quick time. They've got a couple of editorial measures and some cleanup stuff to align with Fair Housing Amendments Act, and that's it. So for whatever it's worth, we'll be supporting all that, but I came here early because HCD was first on. So I didn't know you might be changing the agenda. Sorry.
Thank you.
There are no more hands raised.
Okay. We'll close that portion of the public hearing.
I'm sorry,
Oops.
Chair Wiesnat, to interrupt. I just want to clarify something about the public comment portion here. And this will work for each agenda item. And Laura, clarify for me, we first go to the raised hands when the public is participating via Zoom, correct?
Yes.
And then there are folks that may be calling in on the Zoom phone line that are unable to raise their hand. Is that correct?
We do have one phone number. Would you like me to check that number?
I think we need to, whoever is on participating via the phone, we need to unmute them because I don't believe they have the ability to raise their hand. So I think we have to make sure we check the people on the phone.
Okay.
On my end, I can't tell who's who. So I just wanted to bring that up to make sure we hear folks on the phone as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So telephone number 916-443-7933. I am allowing you to speak if you would like to.
Thank you. This is Bob Raymer. That's my phone number. Once again, we support keeping the agenda the way it is because I think HCD's proposal is probably going to take you 5 minutes. Thank you.
And then we did have another hand become raised during this conversation. Craig?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to see items 15 and 16 moved up on the agenda, please.
Thank you. We are, just so that everybody knows, we're going to consider that request after we get done with this portion of the agenda. This portion of the agenda is to create topics for future agendas, not necessarily for today. So understand the comments that have been raised and the reason for them. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping track of things that you'd like to talk about in the future, so staff knows those, and be confident that the committee will take up the request to structure the agenda appropriately when we're done with this part of the public comment. Thank you. Anybody else, staff in the queue?
No, sir. Mr. Lozano, I'd like to ask you to mute unless you have a comment.
I got disconnected. That's what happened.
Welcome back. Okay, so we have checked for raised hands. We have checked the open phone line to make sure there's no audio calls. So I will close the public hearing portion now. Committee, I would agree that we have a very light HCD package. And so I don't think that that's going to take us a long time this morning. The we have routinely in the past considered agenda structuring to accommodate the number of people that might be interested in commenting on something. So it's not unusual for us to restructure the agenda. At the same time, we have to keep in mind that the agenda was put together, it was advertised, and there are people that are expecting to hear those items in a particular order. And so for us to restructure the agenda potentially puts others at a disadvantage. It's a relatively short agenda. And hopefully everybody that's interested in a particular topic has started at least monitoring the session. So I'm open to comments and discussion from the committee as to bring forward, as requested, items 15 and 16 out of order after we are complete with HCD's package. Committee members? Thoughts?
This is Brad. I would be in support of moving items 15 and 16 up in the agenda just after HCDs.
Bill Zelmer, I support that. I think that would be good.
Dan Kaiser. I don't have a problem moving it up for those people that want to participate early. However, I think I would like to see us hold off any decisions on those items until they come up later for those individuals that are expecting it later in the program. So this way we'll be able to accommodate both groups.
I understand. This is also an item, I believe, that's part of the grouped agenda topic. So we have to deal with that as well. So at this point, I'll take a motion from the committee to restructure the agenda for items 15 and 16. And Mr. Kaiser, your approach to that.
Yeah, this is Dan Kaiser. I'll make a motion to, in the DSA's portion, after HCD's portion, to move up items 15 and 16, but holding off final determination until we get to those items in their normal order.
Second.
Bill Zelmer, I'll second.
Second by Zelmer. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
just
Zelmer.
real quick question. Procedurally, does that cause any problem as we discuss and then hold for later?
Well, I think, and staff can guide me on this, in the past, essentially have taken public comment. Public comment's been made. We don't take a committee action until we get to the rest of the agenda and open that back up to public comment for anybody that was planning on participating later in the agenda. Then we would take an action.
I have a concern.
Mr. Gibbons.
Yes, thank you. I would be in support of the motion as long as I would like a caveat that we weren't going to reopen public comments when we went to it again later in the day for discussion by the committee and a vote, just so we didn't have to hear this double comment. If you understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I understand. I think that you would not want to hear the same arguments that you heard in the initial agenda discussion.
You said it better than me, yes.
Mr. Kaiser, I think you started to say something.
No, I think everybody's on kind of the same page here. We don't need to hear the same people in their comments, but we do want to make sure we get everybody's comments, whether they show up later today or tomorrow. We want to make sure that we get their input before we make a decision.
Staff, any issues with this structure? You can think of, other than just
I
keeping
think,
track of it?
Eugene, did you have a question?
No,
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure because I saw there's a light that shines on that on your number. So I just wanted to make sure. So essentially what we're offering is here items 15 and 16 have those who want to participate this morning, whenever we get to those items, to provide their testimony, leave the item open, and then hear it again in the appropriate order of DSA's rulemaking package. That's what I'm understanding. So we're leaving it open
That's
without a
correct.
motion. All right, I think that's fine. It'll be up to the chair and the committee as to how you want to field repeat comments later on in the agenda. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second by Mr. Zomer to open it up to move 15 and 16 up to the first item to be considered from the DSA package following completion of the HCD package. We will take the public comment, close public comment, and not take a committee action until that comes back up in the agenda. It's normal course. We'll open it back up. The chair will monitor so that we do not get a repeat of comments. And take an action in the normal course of the agenda.
Jay,
So
your
motion-
audio is not good, really. I don't know if it's only me cannot hear you or it's everybody else.
No, I agree.
Is that better or?
There
No?
there might be a microphone setting on your computer because your microphone isn't coming through very clear.
Okay, so Mr. Zelmer, I'm going to ask you to run the vote. Let me see if I can get some adjustments made here. Thank you.
So I was under the impression the Building Standards Commission will take roll for the votes. Is that right?
That's correct. I just wanted you to kick it off. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's kick it off.
Okay, this is Brandon with the Building Standards Commission. For this motion, Jay Wisenet,
Yes. Yes.
we can hear you clearly now. Eugene Lozano,
yes,
Sudhir Agrawal, we'll come back. Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zillmer,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Omer Mail,
Yes.
and Rebecca Leda.
yes,
And one more time, Sudhir Agrawal.
He seems to have fallen off the meeting.
Okay. The motion carries.
Okay. Is that better audio?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's going to be our strategy for handling that particular item. So everybody's okay, interpreters are good. I see you switching off, so we're not worrying about the 90-minute thing so much. Okay.
Chair, excuse me, sir, the 90-minute thing is actually for our captioner who's typing onto
Good.
a different platform, and we are scheduled to break for that at 10:30.
Very good, thank you.
If we don't break before that.
And I will offer the same consideration to the captioner. If the captioner gets tired, let's give her a chance to stretch as well. 90 minutes is a long time to type. Okay, so I think we are at the stage where we need to find a vice chair. The committee may recall that we selected or elected or designated Mr. Zelmer for that role last time. He must have been out of the room and he accepted. And so does the committee wish to proceed with that same situation?
I'll make that motion, yes.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Who
Oh,
seconded?
yeah. Sorry, Brandon.
Hi.
Aye. Aye.
Sorry, Bill. Sorry, Bill.
So, Mr. Kaiser, you made the motion, and who made the second?
Homer.
Okay, so I'll go down the list. Jay, wasn't it?
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal. I'll come back. Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
yes,
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Homer Mail,
Yes.
and Rebecca Lita.
Yes.
Okay, Sudhir Agrawal, one last time. Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, Bill. You're next in line. And it didn't
what
take
happens when you wear a tie?
and look at it this way, it didn't take 15 votes. All right, next item, HCD. Are you ready?
Good morning, Chair and member of Advisory Committee. My name is Veronica Turdin, Associate Construction Analyst representing the Department of Housing and Community Development State Housing.
Let me see if I can see unmute.
You're all good, right?
Yeah, looks like I'm good.
Okay, don't forget to mute yourself.
And I'm just trying to see if I can mute myself, and I see member and raising hands. Okay.
I can take care of that for you, sir. And then when you need to speak, you can raise your hand and I will unmute you. How's that sound?
No, I can unmute. Thank you. Norman, again, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Bye.
So HCD proposes regulatory updates through a series of editorial modifications in Chapter 10 and revised language in Chapter 11A to align the 2022 California Building Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 2, with the Federal Housing Act. There is no intended change in regulatory effect for any of the proposed amendments. HCD convened a focus group meeting on July 20th, 2022. The express terms text with any changes resulting from the internal analysis or other comments from stakeholders is granted before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. HCD is ready to commence with a discussion of the proposed changes and request the Code Advisory Committee recommendations at the conclusion of each section. I'm ready to proceed, however the chair would like.
Would you please go down the item 1, and
Yes, sir.
present, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay. So first item, Chapter 10, Means of Egress, Section 1009.2, Continuity and Components. HCD proposes to replace the reference to Section 1120A, now reserved, with Section 1119A, Interior Accessible Route. This is an editorial modification. During the 2013 intervening code adoption cycle, HCD renamed Section 1119A to Interior Accessible Route, repealed the language in Section 1120A, and combined the requirements for the Interior Accessible Route in section 1119A. However, the reference in section 10, in chapter 10, section 1009 was omitted, and the error was not fixed in the 2022 California Building Code.
Okay. So this is very clearly an editorial kind of modification to tune up. Questions from the committee to staff? Hearing now.
Dan Kaiser here. If we're going to try to itemize specific code sections, that's my only comment and concern with this, is that we're talking about means of egress and accessible routes, but you've completely neglected Division 4. There's no reference to interior accessible routes within the dwelling units. So unless you're going to be very broad and just say accessible routes in accordance with chapter 11A, that would have covered it. But you're being very specific, and these 1110A and 1119A only deal with the common use and outside areas. And so we've neglected within the dwelling units. That's my only concern.
Okay.
So, response, staff?
So all we try to do, we're not changing anything other than modifying the section, just pointing to the correct section. But I will take down the notes and then I'll bring it up to my management and
Thank you.
discuss it internally.
I would suggest that does go for something in the future that's not specific to the code change you're proposing. Any other questions of staff from committee member?
Dan, Jean, this is Sudhir Agarwal. Sorry for having a little technical difficulty in joining the meeting. I apologize.
Oh, don't worry.
And I'm trying to get into the same agenda. Which item are we talking about? Is that item 4 or what? What item are we talking about? Item 1. Okay. The definition section, right?
No.
No, it's item 1 in the HCD package.
Oh, well, that's okay. Okay, I'm with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions for staff from the committee. Open to public hearing. Staff, hands raised first and then the phone line.
Yes, sir. The first hand raised is Bob Raymer.
Thank you. This is Bob Raymer with CBIA and CAA. And to save you time, we are strongly supporting all 7 of HCD's proposed changes here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
There are no other hands raised from attendees, and there are no more phone numbers.
Okay, close public hearing. Questions from committee to staff, or I'll entertain a motion.
Motion for.
Sorry, Eugene was unmuted there for a minute. Did you have a comment, sir?
No.
Nope, he's good.
Motion for approval as submitted.
Second.
Get that, Brandon?
Yeah, let's see.
Mia's got her hand raised.
Just a procedural item. I would ask that the committee members, when you're making your motion or seconding, would you please state your name? It helps with the captioning and the folks on the phone. Thank you.
Okay, here, I'll take a roll call vote now. Jay Wisnick,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zellmer,
yes,
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Homer Mayo,
Yes.
and Rebecca Leda.
Yes.
Okay,
Motion carries unanimously.
item 1 passes. Staff, item 2.
Good morning, this is Veronica Turdin again. So second item, chapter 10, means of egress, section 1010.1.1, size of doors. During the 2021 triennial code adoption cycle, HCD recognized deletion of the model code language under exception 10 related to the minimum clear openings. However, we neglected to specify the repeal of the 2019 amendment within this section. This proposed modification will align the 2022 CBC with the 2021 International Building Code model code language.
Thank you, staff. Any questions from the committee to staff? See any hands, so I'm going to assume no. Open public hearing, and staff, would you record that Mr. Raymer was in favor of this for prior testimony? Anybody else on the call?
No other hands raised.
Nobody on the call, I'm assuming. So those
We
public
have a
hearing.
hand raised. We have a hand
Oops.
raised.
All right.
Mr. Scaff.
Yes, thank you. Richard Scaff, Executive Director, Designing Accessible Communities. Ms. Turdin made the comment during her presentation that H&CD had a phone call to discuss the proposed changes. My only question is, who was that phone call with, and what folks in the disability community were included in that process, if any? Thank you.
We did not have a phone call. We had a focus group meeting on July 20th, and we went over those changes. We actually didn't get any comments for our package during the comment period. I apologize. I know I do have an accent, so sometimes, you know, I might pronounce things a little different, but.
And if I may to add to that a little bit, Richard. So we conducted those focus group meetings, and prior to conducting those, we released notice to all interested parties to participate in those focus group meetings. And my apologies, this is Mitchell Baker, Assistant Deputy Director with HCD.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Scaff, you have your hand up still?
I do. Am I off mute, or you can
We're
hear
hearing
me?
you. We can hear
Okay,
you.
thank you. I apologize. Those were my almost 79-year-old ears that didn't hear what you said so it's I take the responsibility for that. And Mr. Baker, thank you for your clarification. This is again a housekeeping kind of thing. I would ask in the future that H&CD make a more aggressive effort, and I'm not making an accusation by that. Please don't think that's what this is. I'm asking that you recognize that the disability community is trying to exist, and it's hard to get many people from that community to participate, because living on $700 and some odd a month with all kinds of issues, physical and social and other, that they're dealing with, and not being code experts, they don't necessarily feel comfortable in representing the community. I would hope that H&CD, and again, not an accusation, but I hope in the future H&CD will make a real effort to help our community participate at a higher level, more consistent level, so that you do really hear what works and doesn't work for us before the decision is made to adopt something. So thank you very much, Mr. Baker and Ms. Turdin, and Mr. Wiesnott, thank you for allowing me to speak again.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Staff.
There
Staff?
are 2 more hands raised.
Yes, please.
Marissa,
I thank you once again. I just want to say, in general, that I support any and all comments that DRC makes on anything regarding the agenda. So, thank you.
thank you. And Dara,
Good morning. This is Dara Scher from Disability Rights California, or DRC. I appreciate the efforts that HCD makes, but I want to second what Mr. Scaff said about it takes more to actively include people with lived disabilities, particularly those who are low income. It may be hard to imagine for some people what those challenges are like. We'd be happy to work with you to try and develop an outreach list. And in fact, I don't think I recall DRC receiving an invitation to those focus groups, and we are very active on these issues. And I can identify several other organizations that would be interested in participating. So I want to put out an invitation from myself and from Nuvian Scott, who's on the phone as well from my agency, to work with you to develop a more proactive outreach list for focus groups and mailings so that we can get broader participation and make it easier for people to participate on time, which is part of what happened here. People with disabilities got this word through the grapevine and didn't have, and it takes a while for them, as has been pointed out, to understand code language. And we'd also like to work with you more to, with both HCD and the committee, to find ways to explain in plain English, not in code language, what these codes mean, so people have a better opportunity to fully participate. So I wanted to say that is a problem. It is part of what leads comments to be late, or people to not fully understand what's going on. So I want to put that out there. So we'd like to work with you to expand, everybody on this call, to expand opportunities for participation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to request that everybody work to focus on the code change that's presented. That idea of better participation strategies has been identified, and HCD will take that under advisement. Okay. Any other comments from the public? Any more hands up?
no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Arnold's hand just popped back up.
Go ahead.
Okay, I won't take but 30 seconds. I just wanted to agree with what Marissa Shaw said and Dara Scher from Disability Rights California. This is Connie Arnold. And, I've been getting calls and people are having a lot of trouble trying to find accessible public housing for people in wheelchairs. And, the Area Agency on Aging and the State Independent Living Council and the State Council on Developmental Disabilities is who you should start including as stakeholders to really get their population's viewpoint. We're struggling to find housing. Millions of dollars are being spent on housing, and we need to improve accessibility so that people can also transition from nursing homes back into the community, because basically they have no place to live and they're just full of people in wheelchairs. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So for everybody on the public side listening to this, when you have suggestions like this, as far as participation on future topics and things, please reach out directly to HCD and to DSA and to building standards for that list and that contact approach. We understand your comment, but this is the point to today is to go over these particular code changes. So I'm just going to caution everybody again. We sort of start hearing these a little bit, and as we get closer to the end of the agenda, we start becoming a little more concerned about making the agenda. So keep that in mind. So any other public comment?
There are no additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, need a motion on item 2.
Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Brad
There's
Wunlick,
only
second.
Any discussion on the motion since I jumped to ask staff questions? I didn't think we would have one, but go ahead. Hearing no questions on the motion. Brandon, would you call the roll, please?
Jay Wisnet,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano. I'll come back. Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wunlock,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mail,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita,
Yes.
and Eugene Lozano.
You're unmuted, sir. You should be able to speak.
Well, the motion carries.
Okay, so Gene, when you get back online, if you wanted to add your assent or comment to that motion, please let staff know. We'll consider the motion passed and move on to item 3. Staff?
Thank you. This is Veronica Tordin. One thing that I would like to encourage everyone is to get on our mailing list because we do send out all the invitations if you're on our mailing list. And Mitch, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I would also encourage that on our main webpage, hcd.ca.gov, on the top right-hand corner, it says email sign up. And we encourage you to sign up to receive all notices on a relevant rulemaking you're interested in. Thanks, Veronica.
Thank you. And I made notes of everything that everyone said, and we'll talk about it internally, but we do care about everyone's opinion. Just so you guys know, I do have a son that has a disability as well, so I'm not taking this lightly at all. He has a lot of friends that are in the same situation, so I just want you guys to know that, you know, we care.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go to third
Item
item.
3.
Thank you. Third item. Chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility, Section 1118A.1, General. So HCD proposes to delete the reference to a specific section due to continuous changes to sections throughout the code and just reference Chapter 10. During the 2015 Triennial Code Adoption Cycle, Section 1007 was renumbered to align with the changes made to section numbers in the IBC. However, the reference in Chapter 11A, Section 1118A, to Section 1007 was inadvertently left and is now being proposed for removal.
Thank you, Mr. Dane. I'm just going to go straight to public. Any questions from the public?
No hands raised.
Oh, almost. Ms. Arnold?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm kind of confused. Are we on the items 15 and 16 yet?
Three.
Item 3 under HCD's package.
ACD, okay. No, I don't have any comment right now on that, but I do want to be participating in those code changes. Thank you.
Okay. Close public. There's no more hands.
No other hands raised.
If there are no questions of staff from the committee, entertain a motion.
Dan,
Go ahead.
Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Sudhir Agrawal, second.
All right. Jay Wisman,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano, we'll come back to Eugene.
He's gone.
Oh, he is. Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
yes,
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Homer Mail,
Yes.
and Rebecca Lita,
Yes.
and one more time, Eugene Lozano. No. Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you. Staff, item number 4.
This is Veronica Tordin again. So the rest of the items clarify the reach ranges for cabinets and counters. Therefore, they're interrelated. So we'll move over to the 4th item. So Chapter 11A, Housing Accessibility, Section 1136A.1, Receptacle Heights. During the 2019 intervening code adoption cycle, we modified this section to reflect a maximum of 25.5-inch reach depth to allow for common physical barriers and obstruction, but did not explain that the difference between the 25-inch maximum reach range and the 25.5-inch countertop depth allowance includes the half-inch industry tolerance for installation of standard countertops. If you look on page 5.6, 5.7, and 5.8 of the Fair Housing Act Design Manual, it is mentioned that the Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD permits a standard 24-inch deep cabinet with an additional extension of 1.5-inch for countertops, allowing for a maximum depth of 25.5 inches. On the same page, it is explained that HUD allows a half-inch tolerance for the installation of standard countertops that may project from the back wall for the maximum dimension of 25.5 inches. Since we received many requests to interpret the current language, we propose to align 11A language with the FHA for clarification purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Questions from committee to staff on the proposal?
Dan Kaiser. Veronica, I do take issue with your layout of these next 4 items and your interpretation of the FHA. I'm actually looking at the FHA Chapter 5 now. Chapter 5 deals with the dwelling units themselves. Items 4 and 5 that you propose are dealing with the countertops within dwelling units. However, items number 6 and 7 are in common use areas. And so I have big issues when we get to that. Just so you know, I think you need to separate and not lump all these together. It has been long-standing acceptance within the dwelling unit that we have the allowance for standard cabinets. However, in the common use areas, we've been very enthusiastic over the last 6 code cycles to align our common use areas more as if they're public use, which they are in many cases. So want to be real cautious here that we don't lump these together. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not putting them together. I just mentioned that they're kind of interrelated, but we're talking about every single one on separate items. If that makes sense.
No, I understand, but
Okay.
but again, you're referencing chapter 5 in the FHA. Chapter 5 in the FHA is only within the dwelling units.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Zellmer.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we discuss items 5, 6, and 7. They're all related, and I think all the committee members have read the language. Would that be something we could do or should do?
Bill, that's exactly my issue here. 4 and 5 can be aligned, but or excuse me, 4 and 5 can be aligned, but not 5 and 6. Those are that's a completely different area within the structure.
Also, I would suggest that we've in the past tried not to take action on multiple items with one motion to some extent because of people wanting to participate possibly on a specific word on one or another. Any other questions for staff from the committee? I don't see any hands. Open for public comment.
Mr. Scaff?
Thank you. Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. Wanted to say first, I support Mr. Kaiser's comments and agree with him. My second comment is that I am once again really concerned that we are trying to align ourselves with federal requirements, which is what DSA has done and HNCD has done for some time, to the detriment of access in California. We were not only the leaders in access with one of the first states to have access codes adopted, but we have always, in my recognition of my history with building codes, had codes that were more restrictive. And I'll compare that to what cities like San Francisco are given the right to do. They can review state building code, state codes, and modify them to respond to issues they feel need to be responded to. So I'm concerned that we have this ongoing effort to align with national codes, especially when we're doing things, and I consider the half-inch allowance, like we've done for other sections of Title 24, to be a reduction in access. You know, as you have all heard from me and others during proposed code changes at the Building Standards Commission, a half an inch makes the difference between function and not function. So I can't speak to why we should have that half inch there, except to allow for sloppy construction. I was part of a remodel, a multi-million-dollar remodel of San Francisco City Hall in one of the most historic buildings in the country. And interestingly enough, we modified bathrooms on every single floor. And those modifications met the exact code requirement for placement of handrails, grab bars, or center line of toilet, or multiple other aspects of design in those bathrooms. So it's giving the building and the design and building industry these exceptions and allowing those exceptions without any recognition that they will, in fact, affect access. for many people. So I would suggest I don't agree with this this singular proposal from H&CD, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from public?
May I respond if possible?
Hang on for just a sec, please.
I think I've been unmuted. This is
And-
Tim McCormick, and I am representing the California Building Officials Committee, Building Official Organization. I'm the chair of the Accessibility Committee, and our committee did review these changes and have some comments. First of all, we'd like to agree with Dan Kaiser's evaluation. It echoes the feelings of the committee. Also, we think it is in the best interest that the discussion includes all of the items because they are related to one another. We think there are some problems with the formatting in the matter before us right now. Item number 4, we think we have some contradictory language the way it is being presented, because you have statements that contradict each other in the main body of the section for the allowable reach, 25, 25 and a half in the same section, when one should be an exception to the other or following standard code formatting. So we think that's a problem with how it's being written. We also think that the language that's being proposed is unnecessary and improper in this location, because the section is already referring you to section 1138 for the normal reach ranges. We think that's sufficient reference and it doesn't need any additional language. As a matter of fact, we recommend that you strike out another sentence that deals with reach ranges at all, because it does cause some confusion for the 25-inch reach range, because it doesn't tie it to whether you're talking to forward reach or obstructed side reach. It doesn't tell you the reach it's affecting. And that does cause some confusion for folks. So we think that sentence should be stricken for clarity. And we think the proposal creates a conflict. It doesn't follow format. It would be better not to add this language and actually strike the other sentence that deals with the 25-inch reach range, so that it's not confusing about whether that applies to obstructed side reach or forward reach or both, because it's not clear as it's currently written. That would be our suggestion for this. We also think that in discussing this completely, it does tie to what we then do in the next items for 1138. And we do have our concerns there about how it's applied. And mostly we want to echo the fact we do read and see the Fair Housing Act Design Manual, as Mr. Kaiser stated, where these are items solely for the dwelling units, the special standards we're talking about. And that section applies with the reference that we're talking about in the code section for item 4. It applies to both dwelling units and the common areas, but it generally applies to the common areas. So once we make a change in these other sections, we're now introducing a new change throughout. We also have one other comment about the cabinet language itself. It talks about industry standard cabinets. As a person who's worked in the construction industry for over 50 years and has ordered cabinets and still reviews the orders of cabinets on a regular basis, the question that I get most often from the cabinet folks is, can we use the standard 24-inch cabinet depth? And for them, that means a base box that's 24 inches deep and the door goes on top of it. So the actual depth of the cabinet turns out to be 24 5/8 or so. However, what we see in the Fair Housing Act Design Manual is clearly a drawing that shows 24 inches depth to the outside of the door. So we have a conflict from my experience in what the Fair Housing Act Design Manual actually shows. So we have to resolve that. I think that the design manual drawing is very clear. It's 24 inches to the face of the door, but I think we need to also say that for clarity of enforcement in the provisions that we're going to provide going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Arnold, I'm sorry, staff, hand raised.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Connie.
I just wanted to say that I agree with the comments that Richard Scaff made and Dan Kaiser and this last gentleman. I think his name is Tim, but I think that the item should be sent back for further study and make sure that it's not just another exception and that it's actually creating countertops that are usable for people with disabilities in terms of reach ranges and stuff like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Anybody else in public want to comment?
No other hands raised.
And the phone line is clear.
There are no phone numbers in the queue.
Thank you. Closing public comment. Mr. Dean.
Thank you.
I have found that it is usually simpler for you to respond to public comments sort of off of the tab list you have had. And so please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Team, if I can kindly ask you if you can send us an email with proposed ET language and then a reasoning, we would totally appreciate it if you can send us an email at title24.ca.gov. Also, I just want to mention that we're not trying to change anything. I mean, the actual language right now, it says countertops shall be allowed to extend 25.5 inches, and it's only for countertops. We're not modifying the reachable heights or reachable depths of anything in the language. We're just mentioning that the countertops can be 25.5 inches, which we had the language initially. So it said, quote, countertops shall be allowed to extend 25.5 inches from the wall beneath the receptacle. So all we did is we took the language from Federal Housing Act, which, 11.8 is based on the FHA. And we tried to put it in the code so it's a little more clear what's the difference and why it's 25.5 inches, which we had that language before. But we're open, to change it with something that will work as long as you send us, an email with the language that will be proposed, and then we'll talk internally and go from there.
Yes, and if I can add to that, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD again. One thing as a point of clarification, HCD is charged with, by government code, following the Fair Housing Act, meeting or exceeding the Fair Housing Act. So we have a legislative mandate to follow the Fair Housing Act. So that's not something that's arbitrary. These proposals are being set forth to harmonize with the Fair Housing Act under the direction that's provided in statute to HCD. So I do want to provide that clarification.
I have a question for you though, Mr. Baker, the chair. I'm going to quote what I think I heard you say, which was meet or exceed. That is correct.
That is correct.
There is nothing in statute that prevents California from doing something that exceeds FHA criteria or any of the other standards that we're using that promotes accessibility. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We just naturally need rationale and a basis for those proposals that may exceed.
Understand. Thank you. And Mr. Scaff, I'm going to remind you that public comment is closed. Okay, any additional questions for staff from the committee? Hearing none on item.
Mr. Zelmer has his hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, there you go.
Yeah, I did want to comment. It's not a question of staff, but I guess our time to talk moved on to public comment and I wasn't fast enough.
I'm sorry.
So what I wanted to say was, in my mind, there's a practical matter at stake here. If I understand this correctly, HCD routinely approves requests for 25.5 inch counters because it aligns with the national standards. So they want to put that in the code to save everybody the grief of having to submit the paperwork, but it doesn't actually change what's going to be done. On that basis, I'm in support of this. And the last thing I want to say is I'm trying to keep an eye on costs for all of our sakes. I work in the field of healthcare. What we do, we're building 23-inch wide cabinets so that we can comply. And that's costly. We're doing it. It does, in its little way, drive up the cost of healthcare. And I see a parallel here. We could do all kinds of stuff, but it does have the effect of driving up the costs of things. While I realize a ½ inch is important at times, again, since this will align with what is done nationally, I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zomer, and I'm sorry if I jumped the gun there on getting the discussion back to the staff before we went to public. So at this point, this is open mic for discussion as well as questions. Dan?
Yes, if I can, just to respond to Bill and just to remind him that in your healthcare facilities, you fall under a whole different set of laws. And under Chapter 11B and trying to align with ADA, we are much more restrictive. You need to keep building those 23-inch cabinets. So yeah, just keep the two laws separate. This does not affect you in your healthcare facilities.
Oh, understood, absolutely.
Okay.
Any other comments from the committee or questions for staff? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to deal with item 4.
This is Dan Kaiser. I think both Veronica and Mitchell opened the door and are amenable to looking at possible rewording to eliminate conflicts, perceived conflicts in the code section. So with that in mind, I'm going to recommend send this back for short-term further study because I don't want to throw this section out. It's important, but I do think we need to clean it up before it's ready for prime time.
What would be the 9-point criteria for that?
Yeah.
3, 4, and 5.
Let's see if this flies first. See if anybody else is going to support me.
I second it. This is Sudhir Agrawal. Criteria 3, 4, 5.
Then I think item number 4 is appropriate.
Excellent.
Okay, motion for further study short term so that staff can adjust the language for further consideration. Discussion on the motion. Call the question. Brad? Brad?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I thought you said Brad. Jay Wisnett,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano, Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
No.
Omer Mayo,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita,
Yes.
and Eugene Lozano.
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear
Yes.
you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Gene. Yes.
Okay.
And your vote, so Eugene, you said. Eugene, are you there? I didn't capture your vote.
I said yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Item
Chair,
number-
I would like to state that it is past 90 minutes since we've started the meeting and it's time for a break for our captioner.
I think that's a good idea for all of us. So we're going to do captioner 10 minutes. Is that enough or 5 or what's your pleasure? Hearing none, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 10:50.
I'd like to remind everybody to mute your microphones as you're away. For ASL captioners for a moment. When we come back from break, if you can please spotlight yourselves, because when I spotlight you, it takes up the whole screen. And if you spotlight yourselves because you're switching back and forth between the two of you, then I can handle the gallery view here. But for me to spotlight you and switch to gallery view over and over again might be a little cumbersome. So you can spotlight yourself so that you're stuck in place on our YouTube video, and then we'll try it that way.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about that request?
No, spotlight for everyone, right?
Yes, ma'am. Spotlight for everyone, and then I will handle the full screen view from this end.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you so very much. You guys are doing a great job. We appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Tissue.
Mia, were you the person who was talking to the interpreters about spotlighting ourselves?
Oh, no, that was me. Laura, the tech staff here. How can I help you?
So I understand we'll be spotlighting ourselves as we go on and off as we switch. But does that mean that someone will be handling the actual person who's speaking, and will they be spotlit as well?
So it should remain in gallery view, and what spotlighting does is that it makes you hold still. So right now, as people speak, you move around the screen. And so, this is basically for our recording and our YouTube live stream.
Okay.
And so this way it just kind of sticks you up in the corner and you stay stuck up in the corner. And
Okay.
I'll handle everything else.
Okay, and then you'll just like force gallery for everyone else.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, as soon as I see you flip on, when you guys switch, I'll flip the view back to gallery on my end.
Cool.
All right. You're very welcome. All right, Chair, I think we're ready.
Are you going to take us back to gallery?
Yes, it should be.
Maybe it's lagging.
Yeah. I have made that switch.
Okay. So we got through that particular item. I can't see you right now, Mr. Dean. Are you ready for item 5?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, start us up.
So this is Veronica Tordin. I just want to mention that we'll be waiting for suggestions on your proposed code language for the previous items and the items that will be sent for further study. Okay, 5th item. Section 1136A.2, switch and control heights. So we have the same reasoning and modifications as item 4. We're aligning chapter 11A language with the FHA for clarification purposes and just explain the half-inch industry tolerance for installation countertops. We're not modifying anything that it's been the codes before.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff from the committee before we start to public?
Can we get back to gallery?
Yeah,
I have set it to gallery.
I think I just did it on my end, Michael, up in the upper right-hand corner. It says view.
Yeah.
You can switch to gallery on your side. And I just found that. So
Thank you. That works. Thank you.
I am now seeing everybody. Oh, this is so much better. All right, so questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we will open for public comment.
Mr. McCormick,
Thank you. Tim McCormick, representing California Building Officials, Chair of the Accessibility Committee. Just want to repeat the same comments that we had for item 4. We recommend that this goes for further study. As the last item do, we think the format of the proposed building standard is not consistent with what is normally adopted. And that has to do with adding language that's better stated as an exception in the main body. And we think the language should not be added at all. And it should be addressed simply in section 1138, which is already referenced in this section and can handle everything cleaner and neater there without any conflict. We also think it's a good idea that they delete the sentence that is shown as consistent with 4 in the sentence before that to make it clear that 1138 speaks conclusively and completely to the matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment?
there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay. Nobody on the phone line. We will close public.
No phone calls.
Questions, comments from the committee? Hearing none, motion.
Dan Kaiser, same motion as before, send back for further study. Item number 4.
Brad One-Luck, second.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. Call the question, please, Brandon.
Jay Wisnett,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
yes,
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Omer Mayo,
Yes.
and Rebecca Lita.
Yes.
The motion's carried.
Thank you. Mr. Dean, number 6.
I think Mitch has a comment. So sorry.
Yes, thank you. If I can ask Chair for some clarification from the committee, as HCD would seek to provide some further study, can we get clarification on what we're further studying? This is language from the Fair Housing Act, and in many cases, it's a provision that already exists in the code. So if there could be clarification on what the commission is asking for further study on, that would be helpful. Thank you.
If I can, since I made the motion, I think that it's agreed that this is language that we've had the concept for years of allowing the 25.5 inches. However, I think from the commenters that we've heard from is that there may be a better way to write this in code language. Keeping in mind the FHA is not code language. It's simply written as a layperson's how-to book. And it's your job and it's our job to create code from those concepts. So I think the commenters' questions or comments were valid in that maybe this isn't the most appropriate location for this exception because it deals solely with reach and limitations. And do we want to apply this with forward reach only, with side reach only, or with both? I think it needs to be clarified. And this is I'm just asking that you reach out to the commenters. Specifically, it sounds like Calbo is the primary commenter on this one, and see if we can't come up with some better language so that everybody statewide is applying this the same way. That's all.
This is Mitchell. Thank you for the comment. Appreciate it.
Ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Okay, item 6, right? We're on item 6, I'm hoping. So none of those modifications, just to mention, are for public housing. Okay, item 6, section 1138A.3.1, forward reach. So the intent was to allow the 25.5 reach over a countertop. We're, again, not modifying anything. We're just trying to align 11A with the FHA and the HUD requirements, not modifying. And just explaining that the 1/2 inch is the industry tolerance for the countertop. That's specific just the countertop. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for staff from the committee?
Dan Kaiser, Veronica, I touched on it briefly earlier, but do you believe that I'm thinking right in that item 6 and to come item 7 are requirements in the building, in the common use areas of the building? So we're not talking about the dwelling unit here now, correct? We're talking about all other areas outside of the dwelling unit. Is that correct?
We're talking indwelling unit and common area. So everything that has to do with multifamily housing, nothing that has to do with public. That 11B, that's not 11A.
No, this division 4 only speaks to within the dwelling unit. This is in division 5. This section that you're modifying now, 1138A, falls under division 5, which is features common to exterior and interiors of buildings. So this is the common use areas.
Correct. It's common use for multifamily dwellings, but not for public access.
Correct. But this is not within the dwelling unit.
Correct. Well,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any hands. Open for public comment.
The first hand raised is Tim.
Okay, thank you. This is Tim McCormick, representing California building officials again. Repeating some of the earlier comments, and we agree and take the same position Mr. Kaiser is asking some of these questions. This actually is a significant code change as proposed. It does, for the first time, extend this 25.5-inch provision to common areas. And that would be a significant change. We also don't think that's what the Fair Housing Act allows, and it would be inconsistent with it. As Mr. Kaiser pointed out, this whole discussion that's being relied on is in the section of the Fair Housing Act Design Manual that is limited to dwelling units. So we think that the current language should remain the same, and an exception should be added here that makes it clear that, number one, this is only applying to dwelling units, and it comes with whatever additional language to make that clear. But I think this is an exception that's only meant for dwelling units. Now, in Division 4 of our Chapter 11A, we refer to this section for reach ranges. So it's appropriate that this section should have an exception that deals just with the dwelling unit, since we are using it for dwelling units as well. That's one of the weaknesses that exists with it right now. I think that if we left the existing language alone and added an exception for dwelling units that allows the 25.5-inch consistent with the Fair Housing Act design manual, then we would be overall consistent with it. But the proposal as stated, I think, is actually inconsistent with the Fair Housing Act design manual, as the relied on safe harbor that HCD is using for 11A compliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Mr. Scott?
Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. I once again want to raise the issue that we're continually responding to in this concept of industry tolerance. If industry tolerance is such an important feature in building code, we should design code that accommodates that tolerance without reducing what we have this code for, and that's for access. So I would suggest that this should go back for further review and discussion with the people that are going to be affected by this. These industry tolerances must be included. If they're going to be included, they must be included in a way that doesn't negatively impact users of the built environment, which this does. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Ms. Scher?
Hello, this is Dara here from Disability Rights California. In addition to supporting what Mr. Scaff just said, I want to raise an issue that I think we're overlooking, which is that many common areas are public areas. Community rooms are used by the public. Entry halls are used by the public. Those are places of public accommodation, and the Fair Housing Act and the ADA make that clear, that there are some components of private rental property, to the extent they're open to the public, are community spaces, and those should be covered by a different and higher standard than the FHA. They are subject to ADA standards. So I think this is oversimplistic in referring to common areas. I think it is very different to regulate the hallways than to regulate the lobby that's open to the public, the community room that's open to the public, the other spaces on the property that may be open to the public, not just the residents. So the business office, the manager's office, whatever it is, those under the codes are covered differently, and I don't think that they should be lumped together here. I'm not sure this change takes that into account adequately. So I think it needs to go back for further study.
Thank you, Ms. Scher.
No other hands raised.
Were you finished, Ms. Scher? I guess. No one else? All right.
I was done, sorry, thanks.
Yes, thank you. I think there's a lag. So closing public. Questions for staff and comments from the committee? Hearing none. Motion.
This is Dan Kaiser. I'm going to recommend disapproval based on item number 3. In my eyes, this is a clear reduction in accessibility in the common use areas, which the last caller is correct. They are partially public, but that's not the issue. This code speaks to the common use areas. And this is a significant code change. So I'm going to recommend motion for disapproval.
Gene Lozano seconds.
Okay, need a category or a 9?
I did. Item number 3.
Thank you.
Reduction in accessibility.
Got it. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Brandon, please call.
Jay Wizenhut,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal. You're muted. Yeah, I'll come back. Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
yes,
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mayo,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal.
Yes.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay. Last item from HCD, number 7.
This is Veronica Turdin. Okay, so finally, 7th item. Section 1138, 38A.3.2, site reach. HCD proposes to add another item to the existing exception in attempt to align 11A with the FHA and with requirements from the section mentioned above. The modification clarifies the discrepancy between the reach depth and the counter depth. So we're adding another item to the exception.
And that would be item number 2 is the exception you're adding.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff?
Dan Kaiser, Veronica, I thought we just established on the last discussion that the common use areas are not addressed in the FHA. So your rationale again is flawed, and that this is a significant change to accessibility and not dealing within the dwelling units, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, no other comments from the committee, open to public.
Mr. McCormick,
Thank you. Tim McCormick, Capitol Building Officials again. Obviously, this is a similar issue and concern with the previous item. However, our actual recommendation would be for further study on this, and we would ask the committee to reconsider their last motion for further study. For this reason, we think it's important to clarify these requirements. We think it's a good effort that HCD, a good faith effort they've made to address this. We think it's important for our members and enforcement to have clarity on this subject, and we think the code could be improved with it. Our concern, though, is clear that this section that it's being added to does not show it is limited to dwelling units. That's the fatal flaw with the language. However, to us, that's a simple fix by simply saying that this language should be limited to dwelling units. Once we do that, it's in the right place, it works. Now, the language itself could use some help. You know, I wouldn't refer to 24-inch depth as the standard cabinet depth, because I can tell you from experience, that's a custom order that costs 50% more in every job we do. So that's not actually true for cabinets. The 24-inch depth is that's shown in the CAC design manual is not industry standard. But I think this is salvageable. So I would like to see an effort here to send this back for further study, give HCD a chance to clean this up and make it clearer and make it consistent to work with all the code sections, because I think the effort is important. I think we need this clarity in the code. And once we disapprove it, it goes back into the endless code cycle. We won't see it again for a while. And I think that would be more harm than good for both this one and the one before. So we would like you to reconsider a motion to open the other one up and change it for further study and give HCD a chance to clean up the whole thing in one shot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
and Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. I'm going to once again say thank you, Mr. Kaiser, for recognizing the effects in the public areas of access, and remind the committee as at the advisory committee and building standards that you are all here as is DSA and HCD to create code that will make the built environment accessible. That is the primary responsibility of this whole process. And these industry tolerance considerations are having a detrimental effect on access for many people, and it's not being taken into account. I believe, and I'm going to ask that this be sent back for reconsideration, as I will with DSAs. And then if that happens, I hope it will, I'm hopeful that both DSA and HCD will jointly hold whatever number of hearings they need to get input on the effects of the proposed language for access in the built environment for people with disabilities. We're not doing this for the industry. We're doing this to make the built environment accessible. Thank you.
Any other public
No
comments?
other hands raised.
And nobody on the line. I will
No
close.
phone calls.
I will close.
Oh, now I have more hands raised.
Yep.
One moment, please. Mr. Yates.
Oh, yes, thank you. I've been involved with the community showing respect and humanitarian rights since 1972, when I worked at Fort Miley Veterans Hospital, occupational therapy and physical therapy. So the main thing with all these issues that are pertaining to, I think the key here is showing respect for humanitarian lifestyles for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Arnold.
I don't want to repeat what other people have said. I just want to say that I support the comments by Dara Scher, Richard Scaff, Dan Kaiser, and that this should be returned for further review and study to get clarification and ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities promoted to the built environment. Thank you.
And we have one more. Nikki.
Yes, Nikki Diaz from Los Angeles. Hi, I'm just honestly calling in to support Connie Arnold, Richard Scaff on what's been, presented here. We need full accessibility. There should be no cutbacks, especially in size in regards to people transferring in and out of wheelchairs. They need elbow room, they need space to rotate, turn around at a 360 or 180 angle. It's just not right. It's not about your budget or your ideas or what you feel. If you've not experienced the situation, you need to be aware of what we go through. So I oppose this, and I hope it's up for review and better looked at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more hand raised. Celia McGinnis.
Hi, thank you. My name is Celia McGinnis. I'm a disability rights attorney. I was a former member of the California Commission on Disability Access appointed by Governor Brown for 2 terms, and I'm calling to amplify the voices of the disability rights advocates who have spoken previously. These matters need to be returned for further study and discussion for the reasons already stated. We need to ensure that DSA is a voice for people with disabilities. That should be its mission. And it needs to make sure that because disability access is the stated important goal of the state of California, it needs to keep these issues foremost in its collective mind when it's making decisions. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you heed the voices that you're hearing today.
Thank you.
No other hands raised.
Closed public comment. Questions for staff from the committee discussion, or a motion?
This is Dan Kaiser. I'm going to still recommend disapproval based on item number 3, because I believe this is a reduction in accessibility. In listening to the commenters that may not know the system, when they suggest that we just send it back for further study. Just to realize that everybody's on a truncated time schedule. Everybody may not get a chance to provide input to retool this. This committee won't see it again. So that's why I'd like to recommend disapproval so that we have time to do this properly and get it done correctly. It is important that we get this corrected, but this is not the way.
Brad One-Luck, second.
Discussion on the motion. Motion is for disapproval.
Yeah, and which of the 9 point did you have it? Same one as last time?
Number three, because I believe this is a reduction in accessibility.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Brandon?
Jay Wisnan,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
yes,
Brad One-Luck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mail,
Yes.
Rebecca Leda.
Yes.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you. HCD staff, Mr. Dean and Mitch, thank you for your time. Appreciate the presentation. Hopefully you got the direction that was being presented here. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about tolerances. And I think that is probably a separate agenda topic that both HCD and DSA want to address. Within the context of these regulations, tolerances are recognized in both standards. However, finding where that balance point is in setting the original dimension is the point that I think we're looking for. So again, appreciate your time. Any other comments? Brandon, anybody? Did I screw up anything?
One last thing, Chair, before we move on to the next agenda item, we need to take a roll call vote, wrapping up the entire item number 5 on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Not at the end. All right. So we need a roll call. We need a motion to close the HCD items.
This is Sudhir Agrawal. I move that all the items 1 through 7, as stated and agreed upon with various motion, be approved as is, as modified with the different vote system.
Mike Gibbons, second.
Okay, everybody? Brandon?
Jay Wisnet,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
yes,
Brad One-Luck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mail,
Yes.
and Rebecca Leda.
Yes.
The motion's carried unanimously.
Okay. So we're going to move to the DSA agenda.
If I can, Mr. Chair, we're not at a bad time to maybe take our lunch break and before we tackle the DSA package.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the committee to think about that for a second. It's 11:27. I don't disagree that it's a good time to take lunch. However, we were trying to get public comment for items 15 and 16 as soon as possible this morning, and we said that we would bring that forward. If that's the case, we would need to take an action as the committee to move those agenda items forward and have staff present them to us. I'd be willing to do that. I'm expecting that that's going to take a fair amount of time to get the public comment and then we could break for lunch. Thoughts, member of the committee?
This is Mike Gibbons. I'd like to go on as far as we could, actually, before we take lunch.
Me too.
I'm good with continuing.
Just to let you know, my rationale and reasoning is that I know these items are going to take several hours. You know, that was my concern, is that these aren't just you know, an hour discussion.
Well, I appreciate that, Dan. My only concern is that I would hope that the advocates do not repeat the same points that are raised by someone before them. The discussion and the points that are raised in some of the comments that we've received in the late portion of this week.
Then let's go for it.
Need to be recognized, but don't repeat, please. I mean, everybody kind of gets the point. It's, you know, I appreciate some of the other comments that said we're echoing what was said before. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Okay. So where is DSA? I don't see DSA back.
Yeah, there.
Okay, we got him.
We are here, Chairperson.
Oh, there we go. Now you're on my screen. Thank you. So if I'm doing this right, Brandon, I think that the first thing we have to do is to entertain a motion to bring items 15 and 16 forward.
I believe we actually did that earlier. It was just prior to hearing HCD.
Did we take a motion to do it, or did we just to say that that's what we were going to do? Okay, thank you. That's great.
It was, yeah, Dan Kaiser first and Bill Zummer second.
Outstanding. Thank you. So here's our strategy, folks. We're going to ask DSA to present items 15 and 16 from the staff position. We will then take public, we'll ask staff comments from the committee, and then we will open to public comment. I would, again, please, I understand that the issues here are important. The committee has looked at them, but please don't repeat for the sake of repeat. So staff, are you in a position to get us started?
We are.
Thank you, sir. I will let you present item 15. You want to leave to 15 first?
Well, thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to wish yourself and the committee a good morning, and all those attending good morning now that we've agreed we'll go before lunch. My name is Eric Drever. I'm Principal Architect of Division of the State Architect Headquarters, Architectural Codes and Policies. I'm joined today here with Ida, who's not in the room, but separately, and also Michelle Davis, Senior Architect for DSA. And before I start, begin our introduction to the items that we'll be covering today, I'd like to take a quick moment, if I could. This morning, it was advertised that the contract for our earlier evaluation of detectable warnings advisory committee consultant went into publication today and is, as of today, on the street for advertisement. And that is to advertise the consultant that will be handling the follow-up efforts that were done with that earlier evaluation of detectable warnings advisory committee. And so because of the interested parties in this meeting, both on the committee and in the public, I thought it would be of interest to announce that. You can expect in the very near future that DSA will be advertising for membership to the follow-on, what will be called EDWAC 2.0, or the Evaluation of Detectable Warnings Advisory Committee 2.0. And that is to finish the work that was so greatly appreciated from the earlier committee, but needed to be finalized and published. So with that being said, DSA Access Compliance Division is prepared to present to you today our proposal for the amendments to the regulations to the 2022 building code for the 2022 intervening code cycle. DSA's pre-cycle activities included meetings with DSA Access Code Collaborative, or the ACC, which is a body of representative stakeholders who assist DSA with the regulatory process related to proposed amendments to accessibility provisions in the California Building Code. DSA met with the ACC on September 23rd and a follow-up meeting spending 2 days on November 4th and 7th. DSA also conducted an access stakeholder forum on October 24th and multiple meetings with the Disability Rights California on September 30th, October 21st, December 9th, and most recently on January 6th to review proposed building standards brought forward by the organization. The proposed building standards that will be brought forward before you today for advisement have varied origins, including proposals by code users, code beneficiaries, proposals resulting from DSA analysis of building standards requiring clarity, and proposals by the Disability Rights California organization. DSA is proposing amendments which will provide clarity and consistency, amendments necessary to coordinate with related current proposed changes to the California Plumbing Code, which are items 15 and 16, and if adopted, would allow for all gender multi-user restroom facilities, amendments to clarify accessibility requirements for adaptable units in adoption matrix, in the adoption matrix in Chapter 11A, proposed amendments to align with the timeline set forth in statute related to adult changing facilities, changes to add needed references to 11B, and changes to clarify requirements for safe dispersal areas.
Excuse me, Eric, could I ask you to slow down just a little bit for the captioner?
I apologize. I will. Thank you. DSA requests approval of the amended building standards proposed for the 2022 Building Code intervening code cycle. Michelle Davis and I are prepared to present the proposed amendments. However, we will proceed at the direction of the committee chair and begin with items 15 and 16 if desired.
I appreciate the introduction, and as requested by the public, let's take and get the public comment in on 15 and 16 so that can be made part of the record as soon as possible this morning. Thank you, sir.
And Eric, we have a request for you to speak just a little bit slower for the transcription, especially because you will be probably presenting a lot of code section numbers and such. We just keep it slow for our transcribers.
Fair enough.
Thank you, sir.
So with that, I'll move forward with the all gender groupings, items 15 and 16.
Well, 16 is showers.
And the showers.
Yes,
California Building.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll go ahead and proceed. I apologize. The California Building Standards Commission and DSA are proposing amendments, which will be heard in a separate code advisory meeting, amendments to the California Plumbing Code. The requirements, these requirements are to accommodate the design of multi-user, all-gender toilet facilities. A significant aspect of this type of toilet room design is the need to ensure privacy at toilet and urinal fixtures, locating them within privacy compartments. Current accessibility requirements in CBC Chapter 11B provide accessibility at toilets within compartments for any user group, whether the facilities are designated as gender specific or all gender. However, there are no current scoping or technical requirements for the accessible urinals within compartments. DSA is proposing scoping requirements for the accessible urinals in compartments. DSA is also proposing requirements that will assure sufficient clear floor space and maneuvering space within the accessible urinal compartment, so that a person using a mobility device can enter the compartment use the urinal, turn around and exit the compartment. I don't want to go over the specific nature of the proposals. Those are published. But I would ask the committee to provide comment.
Okay, so I'm going to take it that your presentation is, as we said in school, my design speaks for itself. You can use the documents that have been published to understand the clear floor space, the alignments, the toe clearance, and so on that is proposed as a part of the modifications to 11B-605.1.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the committee to staff? Keeping in mind that we're going to take another bite at this apple later.
Yes, I've got a number of concerns with this code section. Although I think this is something that's necessary. I think we need to get the discussion going. But some of the technical things that I just picked up on is your well, let's start with 11B-605.5. Under turning space, you're advocating or requiring turning space complying with 11B-304. Just jumping ahead, the figure that you provided with this only addresses a T-shaped turning space and only provides room for a T-shaped turning space. Circular turning space is going to require much more room. Suggests that you either get rid of the figure or provide both figures. The second big first off, I've already seen these constructed because you identified it correctly in your presentation, is that these are privacy compartments. In order for them to be privacy compartments, they are from floor to ceiling. That creates a huge, a massive cost to building owners. And I have some particular concerns when it comes to accessibility, in that these privacy compartments are basically rooms. They're enclosed rooms. We now need to provide lighting, and that's switched lighting controls. We now need to provide heating and air conditioning. We now need to provide audible and visual alarms. Just in the brief time that I've tried to, in the week or two we've had these requirements, I can't find an alarm that's built that's even listed for a room this small. I'm not sure the cost of providing a single compartment far outweighs what we're trying to accomplish here. And so I'm really concerned. That was one underlying comment based on yours, that this is a privacy compartment. One of the issues that I had was the specific language under 11B-605.5.2, toe clearance. You specifically require that a front partition and at least one side partition provide the 9-inch clear floor space. Now, this similar language is already provided under the code, but that the current language only requires that at least one side partition have this clearance. By requiring that a front partition also have this clearance, we cannot put this urinal compartment at the end of a room, for example. If there's a wall there, we can't undercut the wall. So I think you have some cleanup issues here. Don't be so specific. It just needs to be one side partition, or go with a full turning space like we should be providing anyway, because that's what's going to occur, because these are privacy compartments. So my biggest issue with this whole concept is the cost. The audible and visual alarms, heating, air conditioning, lighting, all falls into play here. So I'm real concerned. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kaiser. Gene, I see your hand. I'm sorry, Bill.
Yeah, so I wasn't clear on where, Daniel, you're getting the privacy thing from. I hadn't seen or understood what you just said there about compartments needing to go all the way up. Where is that coming from?
I'm worried, this is based off of the intent of these. Remember that we're going to have multiple sexes within the same room. And to provide that security, that privacy, architects that I've seen have already designing these things with floor to ceiling walls. Otherwise, you're not providing any privacy at all. We know that through our existing partitions. Our existing partitions provide minimal privacy. And now we start moving different sexes in and out of the same room. This is where, in practicality, they are going to be floor to ceiling walls.
Thank you. So I just want to say something real quick here. I'm generally supportive of this. It takes me to a place that's a little strange for me, but I understand that's where our world is going, and we've got to find a way to make it work for us. That's all. Thank you.
Any other comments from the committee? Otherwise, I'm going to, again, recognize this is sort of in the input stage, and we'll be coming back to this topic later to take an action. So, open for public comment.
I think Eric wanted to respond to the committee comments.
Okay, I think that's fine, Eric. I would keep it fairly brief because we're a long ways from being able to come to conclusion here.
Understood. I'd like to maybe just point out one, I don't feel the need that I need to address all of the comments currently, understanding we're going to be coming back to this. But what I want to do is suggest that the privacy aspect, that what we're here to address today are the accessibility aspects of urinal compartments. The privacy aspect, whether it's constructed floor to ceiling, all of those discussions, I believe, belong with the plumbing code, which is the allowance for the plumbing code committee, which will be considering the specific aspects of privacy and how all gender facilities fit within the context of the code. We simply are anticipating those amendments to occur and need to address the accessible aspects of an all gender restroom. The fact that floor to ceiling partitions might become necessary, and whether that's constructed by a wall or a thin partition, really is a discussion related to the plumbing code amendments and not necessarily the accessibility amendments. We've been pretty careful in not addressing those aspects within the context of access. So that's really the only point I wanted to make currently.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you. Okay. Public.
Connie Arnold.
Thank you very much. This is Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate for 30 plus years. And I was very concerned about items 15 and 16. And I would like to is it possible to just speak to both on my public comments at once, or do I need to just do item 16 and then, item 15 on the urinal compartment stall? And then the next one is item 16.
At this point, Ms. Arnold, we have only opened up item 15 for public.
Okay, so my concern about the urinal compartment stalls is that it needs to be reconfigured so that the urinal compartments match the clearance requirements for toilet compartments. And that as the configuration for urinal compartment stands now with the T-shaped design requires excess maneuvering for wheelchair users, particularly wheelchair users with electric wheelchairs and wheelchairs in general, that would, cause a health and safety hazard and be a danger to individuals with disabilities, because you are dealing with a urinal and that would require excess maneuvering of the chair in order to reach the door and access the toilet, that would cause you to run into the debris and the urine and the stuff all over the floor in your wheelchair. And this really needs to be redesigned so that you're not going to come into contact with unsanitary conditions that this proposal poses to individuals with disabilities. And that in order to promote the ability of having equal access to the built environment for persons with disabilities, seniors, homeless, veterans, and families, that you really need to ensure that these gender neutral style bathrooms provide meaningful access. And that is not the T-shaped configuration, which is inaccessible for persons with disabilities. And it's a safety issue. And the toe clearance issue isn't going to mitigate the issue. And urinals are disgusting. I mean, to say the least. So I don't know. I'm not a man, but I'm a woman, and I don't want to go into a men's bathroom if I can avoid it in general. So I would like to see a redesign here. I can't imagine being dressed up and going out and having to enter a dirty, nasty urinal stall and try to attempt to use it with all the unsanitary conditions that poses. So I would like to see the design be brought up to the standard for matching the clearance requirements for toilet compartments, and not the current design that would allow wheelchair users to come into contact with persistent filth, urine, and debris all over the floor. So that's my comment on that. And on my comment, I needed to cite my my criteria, right? So hang on a second, I forgot what I wrote. One second here on that criteria. Go find it where I wrote it. One second here. It's hard to remember all these things that I, just to mention that all of the criteria is very difficult for people with disabilities to oppose these items. And
I think the criteria were come during the voting period.
okay, so the criteria is not going to be applied right now, is what you're trying to tell me?
Correct.
It's to the chair.
Okay. Well, if you guys, I know I wrote it down, but a criteria 1 is a conflict with other accessibility standards. Criteria 3, since the public interest is not served because this reduces accessibility. And criteria 6, because the language is vague and ambiguous. So that's my reasoning for opposing the current proposed urinal compartment and T-shaped design. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Next.
Richard Scatt.
Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. First of all, Mr. Driver, thanks for letting us know about the EDWAC committee. I would ask that instead of going out and creating a whole new committee that is going to have to be brought up to speed as to what was accomplished with the previous committee, I would strongly suggest that DSA use any or all of those members of the original committee so we retain that historical knowledge in the process. I don't know whether everybody is still alive, available, but for those that are, I know I would like to be a part of that. Anyway, that's off today's subject, but thank you for letting us know about that. And thanks for the effort to get that done. I want to say specifically, Mr. Kaiser, thank you for representing the disability community. I don't say that facetiously. I'm serious about that. I really appreciate your recognition of the issues that we face. And this, I don't understand, Mr. Driver, how DSA is developing these standards. If you're looking to the Access Board and using their videos, for example, have you noticed that they only show a video of somebody using a manual wheelchair? What about those people that use large, what do you call them? Not carts, but scooters or permobiles, for example, that are very large, very heavy electric wheelchairs. You know, I raised this before when I talked about what we did in San Francisco in creating the side opening wheelchair lift. We actually built multiple concepts. Then we had people with large wheelchairs and scooters try to use each of those designs. Has that been done in any of these proposals here, Mr. Driver? I don't think so. And that's important. We can't, no one can know what works, you know, what will work for those of us with disabilities, unless those people with disabilities are part of the process. I did the same thing with scaffolding. I didn't know how a blind person functions within a scaffolding set, so I brought the Lighthouse for the Blind and members of that organization together, and we had scaffolding put up in the public works yard. And we spent the day with blind individuals and orientation and mobility experts maneuvering through those scaffolding sets to determine what works and what doesn't work. It didn't just come out of my mind. That's dangerous. So that's a big issue. Secondly, this is a room. Whether it has floor to ceiling walls or not may affect whether it's required to have a strobe, a warning, emergency warning system in it. But we're talking about a urinal here with a door that opens inward that for large electric wheelchairs and scooters may be impossible to use. There's another issue that I raised some time ago with Ms. Claire and you, Ms. Driver, and that was being in a restroom at Kaiser, coming out of the accessible stall and seeing a man in a wheelchair come into the bathroom and his wife following him in. She was acting as his attendant. And she asked me, what side is open in the toilet stall, the accessible toilet stall? And I told her it was the right side that was open. And she said to me, oh, then we can't use it. He needed a left side access toilet stall. Has anybody discussed that concept? I mean, I'm embarrassed to say that I hadn't even thought of that before a couple of months ago. But it came because I heard from somebody in the disability community. You know, how are we going to deal with this urinal room as it relates to that, the access to the urinal? Are we going to have a right side and a left side urinal? Probably not, which is a problem. And what do we tell those people that need, it's like what we started out with handrails. we would only put them on one side of a stairway or a ramp. And all of a sudden we realized there are people that have had strokes that only have function on one side and need to have handrails on both sides so they can function whichever direction they're going. Anyway, I think this really needs a substantial amount of additional investigation, discussion with the disability community, and a redo. Because right now, just jumping in here like this with this proposal doesn't do it. So I'm asking that, and I'm not sure what Mr. Kaiser is going to propose, whether he wants to just get rid of it or send it back for further discussion. I will accept whatever he suggests. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Next.
Tim Themej.
Good afternoon. I'm appearing today to talk to you about the urinal. I'm a member of CODAP. CODAP opposes this item. That's Coalition of Design Access Professionals. We've been speaking before you or the various committees since the 90s. I'm an attorney with a civil rights background, and I'm going to be speaking to you from that perspective. The reason we oppose this is on ground number 3. It's a reduction of access. This is both from a usability perspective, but also from a health and safety perspective, which is part of access. The T-turn that is provided is not big enough. It's in the wrong place. We'll ask for further study. I'm going to get into this, but what is needed is at least a 60-inch turning space. The code is selected. It doesn't always say T-turn. These are mutually exclusive alternatives, but we need at least the 60 inches. Plus, as Ms. Arnold related, we need clearance beyond that 60 inches in front of the urinal where it's unsanitary, where it's not safe. The current design requires contact with that. It requires, if you look at the design, it requires, or it will result in contact with the fixture. I'm going to be getting into that. I would like to begin by thanking you for moving this up. I think it's important that you hear from as many perspectives as possible. Thank you for recognizing Mrs. DeLille. Next time going to ask that you also recognize Mr. Atwood, who has passed in approximately the last year and a half. But I'll save that for next time. And I would also like to say that we support DSA's strong measure here of inclusion in coming up with these designs for all gender. We all know what that's all about. We don't know where it's going to go, whether this is going to be an Ally McBeal situation or whether with people coming together, or whether it'll be something less. But I know the state, our people will figure it out in about 10 seconds, just like we did social distancing. It's going to work. But let me talk about standing. This isn't just for men. We're talking about an all gender facility. That means both genders are going to be using this. This isn't just a urinal stall. It is a stall. It's about privacy. It has some parallels to family restrooms and unisex, but it's where if you're a woman, you would go, for instance, to change a blouse. It's why we have coat hooks and latches. And you go into some of these restrooms where these might be created, they're full, they're packed, there's lines. You're going to take the first available stall if that's your purpose to adjust something. It's where we'll take children to take care of their needs. We also have caregivers of the opposite sex. It's just like a privacy stall when you get down to it. We might end up with, let me leave that last part up. I'd like to get back to my background just because I'd like to tell you where I'm going here. As I said, I'm a plaintiff civil rights attorney. I've been doing it for 33 years since the ADA was passed. This has involved a lot of interacting with clients with disabilities, primarily with using wheelchairs. I spent some considerable time being a caregiver to those individuals. So I can comment, even though I don't use one myself, but I can comment from a wheelchair user's perspective. I also spent a lot of time during that period because we do look at when facilities were built, which codes apply. I have a code immersion background. I can comment of where we've been and where we've come to. And in that sense, I would like to comment on T-turns versus circles. They're not equal. They don't provide equal access. I also have background. People forget that the code dates back to 1968 for government facilities and 1970 under the ASA standards. That's where the turning circle came from. Fun fact, the ASA standards were promoted by John F. Kennedy for war veterans, and that goes back to the 40s. But eventually the ASA standards came up with a turning circle, and they, in the notes of the ASA standards, they say what's better than a turning circle, some people don't know this, is a 56 by 63 rectangle. Somewhere along the way, that existed in our code through the end of the 80s. Somewhere along the way, we lost that space. You're going to have to envision it 56 by 63. Somehow we took up the lesser standard of T-turns. I'm not going to have time to tell you why one might have been better than the other. We're not here for that today. But the larger point I want to make is that we've been selective in the code about prescribing which kind of turn we will allow. All the way up through 2010, we had certain toilet compartments that allowed only a circle, not a T-turn, only a circle. At 604.8 today, if you look at the toilet compartments, with one exception, we've got room for a turning circle in all of them. They overlap the door. Some of them won't get into the fine points, but the point is you can turn and face the door. We make an exception where there's an outswinging door, but set that aside. Urinals, on the other hand, are unique. We might assume that they don't need enough space. We assume that because there's no transfer involved. That would be a mistake to assume that, because you are, by design, what we're looking at here, required to turn and face the fixture. Not always true with a toilet. Connie mentioned that people who enter a men's restroom for the first time are shocked at what they see. And it's not without cause. It is bad. It is bad. And facilities take various measures to try to correct that, including absorption mats, which interferes with the clear floor space. Some of them have grates, which I think needs to be regulated. You need to have flush grates. But the long and the short is you do not want to come into contact with this area. Wheelchair users, like non-wheelchair users, make efforts to avoid that. And you can figure that out, but you approach the fixture and you avoid that. What do we have today that's different? Urinals today are the biggest part of the restroom. They're the biggest part. They're in the center of the restroom. Usually you pass the sink, then you have the urinals, then you have the stalls at the closed in. Mr. Kaiser says because sometimes you use the last for the accessible stall. That's what we do. When we start putting those urinals in compartments, which we support, it needs to happen, we're going to make them smaller than what we have now. We're going to start requiring contact with those areas, and that would be a reduction of what we have now. As I said, urinals are unique. The T-turn, if you look at it, is going to require that you turn your back to that urinal. Turn your back to that.
The 90 minutes.
All right, I will wrap up in, if I may have 1 minute, I will wrap it up. You're going to blindly run into that. You're going to make contact with the fixture itself. The T-turn is just wrapped right tightly around that fixture. That's not going to work. I've said you can take a look at 11B604.8, all the toilet designs. again, we need to provide at least the circle plus the spillage area. We also need to address full height partitions. The toe clearance that's provided in the design doesn't solve that. We don't say which side the toe clearance has to be on. And you're still going to contact those areas. I think DSA is trying to get this right. It has a good starting point. Its objectives are sound. We all support them, but we just need further study. CODAP's willing to work with them. And I'm going to guess after today, DSA is going to support further study because they do want to get this right. Earlier, Celia McGinnis spoke to you during the housing portion. I don't think she's coming back, but she meant to speak to this when she was saying that you hopes you take all this into account. The last thing is there's something very useful to you look at. It's a US Access Board animation. It's on YouTube. It shows how people make T-turns and turning circles. The animation of the turning circle is really fast. This take 10 seconds. The turning circle is really fast, but the scooter, they showed the scooter animated trying to make that turn. And he makes 3 or 4 or 5 turns before the video taps out. This is going to take too long to show the scooter making a turn in this T-turn. A T-turn just doesn't work. The code has been selective in saying we'll allow only a turning circle, for instance, in side door stalls, but they do not provide the T-turn. So on that basis, CODAP opposes. And thank you very much for moving this up and hearing us early. I think that was really important.
Hi, Chair Wisman. Just one point, at 12:15, that will be 90 minutes since the last break for our captioner. And I would like to provide a very friendly reminder for people when you speak to speak slowly and deliberately for the captioners and the ASL interpreters.
That is true. So that gives us 5 minutes before we need to take a break. Is that correct?
Approximately.
Yeah. So here's the thing, folks. Those of you, Ms. Scher and Marissa and anybody else that's going to be coming in, we've heard 2 very good points made with regard to the actual maneuvering requirements and the health issue of trying to deal with this. I would encourage you to please introduce new topics or just shortly say, we concur with the prior comments. So I'm going to keep going for 5 minutes with the public, but we will stop at 12:15, I think, whenever the 90 minutes are hit. And then we will go to a 10-minute break and we'll come back again. So thank you. Next public.
Ms. Scher.
Dara Scher from Disability Rights California. Thank you again. We want to really support the goals of DSA here. We appreciate them. We're in agreement with them that this is an evolving area and we need to have very strong accessibility. I also want to thank the committee for recognizing Helen DeLille. I think she deserved that honor for all her years of advocacy. And I want to support what the prior speakers have said. I think there's several problems here. One is that actually today is the first I've heard about these plumbing provisions moving forward, and I have some real concerns about those provisions being disconnected from the access discussions. I think they need to have more coordination because what decisions they're making about privacy compartments and plumbing are going to impact access and vice versa. And I think we strongly encourage disapproval of this item and setting up a more comprehensive focus group to try and really make these work right, that looks at both the plumbing considerations and the access considerations. They impact each other. Whether these are open compartments like current toilet stalls or rooms, as was described earlier, makes a big difference in how we plan them and how we think about them. We agree with all the comments about insufficient turning space. The assumption that somehow users of these need less space is not supported by any evidence. And it is there are many ways someone might use this space. Someone might want to get out of their wheelchair and hold on to something to use the urinal. There are no grab bars spec'd in these, if I can recall. There's just a number of assumptions here about the need for a smaller space because there might not be a transfer that I don't think there's a basis for them. And as is pointed out, many people might use these urinals. And many women might use these urinals. I have been informed that people with colostomy bags and others might find it easier to empty their bags at a urinal than in a toilet. So I think we're making a lot of assumptions here that need to go back to the drawing board. There is clearly not enough clearance in these rooms. And we also have concerns because we have no idea. Somebody mentioned the configuration of this with the assumption that it's going to be the sink and then the urinal and then the stalls. But we don't really know what the configurations are going to be. And if these stalls stick out from the wall further than if these compartments, whether they're privacy or toilet or urinal compartments, stick out from the wall far enough to provide clearance, unless they're also wide, they may block access to the accessible toilet stalls beyond them. I can see a long bathroom with these in the front sticking out and blocking the access aisles. We haven't looked at the various configurations of these rooms to ensure that the placement of these urinal compartments in conjunction with the toilet compartments ensures adequate access in the entire room. I think there's just a number of issues here that need to really be addressed.
Ms. Scher, I'm going to call you on 1 minute.
All right. Well, I think you're hearing a lot from the disability community that have looked at these. I really have appreciated DSA's efforts to work with us, but we missed the ball on this one in some of our earlier conversations with them. The disability committee has very significant concerns, and we recommend disapproval on criteria 1, 3, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scher. Brandon, is it a good time to take a break for the transcriber?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Those of you that are waiting, please hang on. We will be back in 10 minutes. That's 12:25 according to my computer. And just to remind everybody, mute.
Looks like we're all back, Chairperson.
Is everybody unmuted, ready to go?
Shall I continue with the people with their hands raised?
Yeah, assuming all the committee is back, go ahead. And again, keep it focused, folks.
Marissa?
Hi, yeah, my name is Marissa Shaw. Thank you for taking my comment, and I want to say a couple things. I support the previous comments very much so, and I also just want to bring up some of Mr. Richard Scaff's previous comments. I am one of those people who has a permeable wide chair, and I also, not to give my, not to get into a bunch of medical stuff, but I have cerebral palsy that affects 3 of my limbs. So it's really difficult for me in certain restroom configurations to open doors and move around, and depending upon where grab bars are placed or different things, it makes it difficult to maneuver in a bathroom. You add a different component, such as a urinal. I have to say, I agree that it's going to reduce the turning radius, and somebody like myself who uses a wide chair won't be able to turn it. And so I just wanted to make that comment. I wanted to make it clear because this is not something that's out of left field and just whatever. It's not. It's my common experience with restrooms and how doors open, or where grab bars are placed, and if a urinal is put in there, and where it's placed and so forth. So I just wanted to say that is a very that's something that is true with folks like myself who have mobility issues and can only grab in certain places and have wide chairs. It's a part of the equation, and I just want to say, I know in my head where every single accessible public restroom is in my neighborhood. And with the current configuration that's put forward, I would never use it because I've gotten stuck in restrooms. So I appreciate and suggest that this goes back to the drawing board and gets looked at further. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Craig Yates?
Yes, thank you very much. And I really appreciate the concern that came up finally in the discussion of hygiene. Hygiene is a real factor in all of these conditions. No matter where you're at, hygiene is a real concern, especially for gentlemen and females who use catheters. That's a real concern. Thank you.
Thank you for that point, sir, and the brevity.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Nothing on the line?
I'm gonna check with Mr. Lozano, although he's a committee member, so he can speak when we go back to committee members.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to close public comment on this particular item. Committee, I'm going to suggest that we take and open up public comment on the next item, on item 16. And the reason for that is that we've got to get through those comments, take that input. People wanted to be able to comment as soon as possible this morning. And then we've got to get a lunch in here. The staff needs to have an opportunity to get a break. And as versus most of you healthy young folks out there, I can afford to miss a meal, but I sure don't want that to happen to you all. So I want to suggest that if that's in agreement with the committee, that we go ahead and take public comment on the item 16. And again, I'm going to encourage public to not repeat. It should be clear to the public. Every one of the people that is speaking has been in this business for a while. We know where this is going. So let's not, just for the sake of using up airtime, repeat and repeat and repeat. So is that agreeable to the committee?
Yes.
Yes, this is a simple one.
Yes.
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 Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much, everybody. So, Mr. Driver, DSA staff, if you would like to do a brief introduction of item 16 regarding the shower, we'll then open it up to public.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I might, Michelle Davis will be presenting item number 16. And what I would propose is that DSA is at this point willing to take item 15 back for further study and emphasize that it is anticipated that the plumbing code amendments will advance and stress the importance of advancing accessibility provisions that are reactive to that or that anticipate that potential action of the plumbing code. And so we would hope that the committee would consider not removing this item and once voting, consider recommending for further action of item 15.
Yeah, I was going to encourage you not to say withdraw. I think it's important that the committee take this into the next stage, take an action on it, and I would expect that it's going to be for further study with an advisement to make sure it coordinates with plumbing. So I think that's fine with me. So if Ms. You're up.
Okay, so and then one last point, and certainly this will be part of the discussion amongst further study. There's been a lot of emphasis on the figure that's included in the proposal, and certainly we're willing to modify that. I want to recognize, though, that the turning radius is still part of the provisions. The figure is simply illustrative and not and is not the only potential configuration of a urinal. The written portion of the proposals are the regulatory portion and permit the turning circle. And then there was a couple of comments about other provisions getting to the accessible water closet, et cetera. Those provisions remain unchanged as part of these proposed amendments.
I think committee is going to help you on that those comments when we get to that. So hang fire there.
Thank you. So with that, I'll allow Michelle Davis to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here to present item number 16 in our package. It is regarding section 11B-809.10.6 showers. This section applies only to showers in adaptable dwelling units in public housing. The requirements for the shower compartment size and clear floor space adjacent to these shower compartments are already provided at subsections 11B-809-10 or 0.10, 0.6.1 and subsection 11B-809.10.6.3 and are consistent with the Fair Housing Act requirements. The reference that DSA is proposing to strike is a more general and broad reference to both transfer and roll-in type showers located at public and common use facilities and not within dwelling units. Striking the reference avoids confusion and potentially conflicting requirements. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for staff from the committee?
No hands raised.
Nothing.
Mr. Lozano, your line is open. Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 hands raised.
Open public comment. Please go ahead.
Mr. Thamesh,
Timish, thank you for hearing me. My comments are much briefer on this item not because it's not as important, but because it's more straightforward. Again, I would reference the U.S. Access Board and their videos, which are accessible both on the Access Board's website, but also on YouTube. They just type in transfer showers, and they depict a normal size chair, a manual chair, trying to make a user trying to make a transfer. And they will show you that the 36-inch size for under the ADA, the full width of that 36 inches is used. Even more of that width would be used, of course, if you had a powered chair. This is a reduction. We oppose under item 3. If there's an ambiguity, if there's confusion, the solution isn't to eliminate, to lower from 36 inches down to 30, but to clean up the language and make it clear in this portion of housing that is 36. Now, I understand that DSA is saying that maybe a code error was made when this was drafted, that they inadvertently referred back to public accommodations. But that's not entirely how the rulemaking process works. DSA proposes, they're an important part of the process, but more or less after they propose, stakeholders and the committee and building standards takes over and digests what's being offered. Transfer showers were controversial, at least in the public accommodation side, but more generally, compromises were made, and we came up with a standard here that is 36 inches wide. So I, again, ask you to look at that video and see how 36 inches is used. It's used to angle the chair. That we're talking about the landing here, outside the shower, not the shower itself. The wheelchair is backed in alongside the bench, is angled across that 36 inches, and then you're allowed to escape, if you will, the protrusion of your armrest and your wheel, and use your arms to lift your body weight to move onto that bench without that 36 inches. Now you see that your chair is parallel to the bench. Now you're not able to escape those 2 items. Now you have to use your arms to lift over those 2 things. If you've never been around a person in a wheelchair who's a paraplegic, who lacks any mobility in their lower limbs, who can't stand and pivot, some people can, many can't. It's all on their arms and shoulders. Your limbs, your upper limbs, over time degrade from all this excess wear and tear. So it's important. This aspect of access is crucially important. I'm just going to say it's going to be difficult to impossible to make a transfer for those persons who are paraplegics, because they'll have to get up and over that armrest and chair. So if you take a look at that video, that'll become clear. I think this is one that needs to be sent back for further study. I think this is one that needs to be rejected outright. It's a reduction. There's no way to clean it up except to keep what we have. If there's a cleanup to be done, it should be the language of the Housing Act itself. I would just make one last comment, and this wraps it up. The presentation of the statement of reasons and the initial express terms was very truncated. It was hard to follow. It took the community a while to figure out what was going on. We all thought it was the shower itself that was being reduced because just the word clearance is used in the thing. And then the entire language of the code section and the corresponding code section for public housing are cut off. In other words, it's ... They don't show us the rest of the code section. It was hard to figure this out. I think you would have considerably more opposition here today, but for that mistake. I don't think it was intentional, but I think it's something that needs to be addressed in the future. We need to see all of the language. One last thing earlier.
Mr. Themish, come on. I'm going to cut you off in 30 seconds. Finish.
30 seconds is all I need. Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm carrying on. Somebody made the differentiation between the ADA and fair housing as if it was separate turfs. No, this is what we agreed to. The ADA is what we agreed to as the stronger standard that was the minimum necessary to accomplish this. It's Timish for the future. And thank you very much. I appreciate you folks and your efforts today.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Scaff?
Thank you, Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. I agree with the comments provided by Disability Rights California and Ms. Arnold, and the issue, once again, as it was with the shower size, and I know you don't want to go back into the shower size issue, is functional space. If you looked at that video that Mr. Timish was talking about, you'd see that the access board uses an image of a person in a manual wheelchair. But what about a scooter, a large scooter? Or what about a very large electric wheelchair? Once again, Mr. Driver, and I don't blame you, but I'm asking you, in your position now with DSA, I would ask that you require all new proposed code changes or additions go through an actual physical analysis using the kinds of equipment that actual people use in the built environment, so that we're not creating these standards philosophically. We're solving access problems by creating these changes. And that's not what's been happening. It was what happened when, for example, DSA decided to take away the 5% dining, banquet, and bar accessible tables because the ADA only requires fixed tables. Well, I just went to a restaurant and spent $300 for dinner with my wife, and I had to sit sideways, Mr. Driver. Do you sit sideways when you sit at a dining table in a restaurant? I don't think so. Again, I want to go back to the two issues. When proposing new code changes, people with disabilities need to see what those code changes are in relation to what they already have and what the effect will be. And we need code changes that are created using real science, how real people function or don't function in the built environment. Neither of those two things are happening, no matter which of the 5 code writing agencies are involved. That needs to change. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Schaaf. Go ahead.
2 more callers or 2 more hands raised. Ms. Scher?
Dear sir, I want to support the last comments. This is a reduction in access. These are in affordable housing buildings. We know there are huge inadequately numbers of accessible units in the affordable housing stock. LA, which is the only city in the state which runs a program to match website users with units, has over 40,000 people on their list in the city of LA trying to get into a unit that is accessible. We need to make these adaptable units meaningfully accessible for people with wheelchairs, because they are not going to be able to get into full mobility units, no matter how many of them we put in these projects. None of the housing stock prior to the 90s is accessible. So we need to keep this higher accessibility standard in this affordable housing universe. It is critical to get homeless people with disabilities in nursing homes, people aging in place into units that they can actually use the shower stalls. So I urge you to disapprove this proposal. I also want to ask quickly if our written comments could be circulated to the commissioners during lunch hour in case any of them want to look at them during the lunch hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
No other hands raised. Oh, Ms. Arnold is raised her hand.
Go ahead, Ms. Arnold.
Thank you so much. This is Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 30+ years. I live in Elk Grove, California. I have had juvenile rheumatoid arthritis since age 6 and been in a wheelchair since age 6. And as I get older, things become harder and harder, and I need more help and more assistance from caregivers every day. And the population of baby boomers is aging, is projected to grow significantly. More and more people need access. And this item 16, chapter 11B, section 11B-809.10.6, transfer shower size. It involves a decrease in the landing area outside the shower to 30 inches next to the shower bench, which will make it impossible for me to use a shower. It makes it impossible for people in public housing when they put in minimum standards and they decrease access when they should be expanding access so that more people who are becoming disabled as they age have accessibility. It's impossible. It's an impossible space at 30 inches when your wheelchair may be the size of width of 24 to 27 inches wide, just to even get through a doorway, let alone try to angle your chair to use a little narrow stall in order to shower. I know individuals with disabilities and wheelchairs, power wheelchairs, some of them in the housing that the units that they live in, they can't even use the shower at all. They have to bathe in bed because they cannot access the shower, because we're not designing for what the need exists. We're designing for the building officials and building interests that want to make a higher profit by putting in less access and making sure that individuals will end up in nursing homes when they don't have the access to low income and housing. And this is wrong. So I want to say that the 30 inches wide for the landing area is a reduction in access. And I agree with Tim Timish. I agree with Dara Schur. I agree with Richard Scaff's comments, and that you should be looking at the access board's video, but the access board video uses somebody in a manual wheelchair. And of course, when they use those videos, they use somebody that looks younger. I don't know how many of you are young anymore on this committee, but when you're younger, you certainly can do a lot more and deal with the hardships than you can when you get older. And when you get older, you need more access and more accommodations and not less. So I really would like you to reject this item 3 on the basis of criteria 3. And it's just not accessible for people with disabilities.
Ms. Arnold, you're starting to repeat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, next.
Marissa.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to comment on this. I support everybody's comments that have spoken before me, and I also just want to say that like I said before, I have a large chair, and also in this type of bathroom configuration, it is a lack of access. And think about it, for people with mobility impairments, there's going to be an attendant, or there may be an attendant also. So there's different ways and configurations where the space is going to be used. So I do believe this is a lack of access, and it needs to stay that way. The other thing about having it be in public housing is that we need to maintain what's in existence, not reduce it, because a lot of people with disabilities are low-income folks, and they can't afford the rents in the Bay Area and other parts of California. It needs to stay at 36. And also, like other comments have said, that it's better to keep it at 36 than reduce it. That will allow people to age in place, which is what a lot of people want to do anyway. That's the spirit behind that is independent living and keeping people independent.
Thank you,
Thank
Marissa. Mr. Yates?
Richard?
Mr. Yates?
I'm sorry. I
okay.
apologize. I did that accidentally. I'll lower my hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
All right. Craig Yates?
Yeah, I'll make this quick. I agree with everybody else is speaking, and I know you guys want to get to a lunch, but situations like myself and growing in age, my disability was in 1995, and when I had a car accident, it put me into broken spinal cord at T3. I'm a triplegic because I have only using my right arm. So conditions like this really need access considerations, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in public?
Mr. Scott?
I'm sorry. I just got a message from Walter Park, who was trying to raise the hand on your app on the bottom of the screen, but is unable to. I know he wants to comment, and that's why I'm breaking in, and I thank you for allowing me to say it.
Okay, I will click Mr. Park so he is allowed to speak.
Thanks, Richard.
Oh, there we are. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. I don't want to repeat the technical details that Tim described so well, nor the practical problems that people with disabilities using wheelchairs have used. But I want to point out that what you've shown us today in number 15 and in number 16 are taking one rectangle, which is a wheelchair, at its minimum, and sticking it into another rectangle, dropping it in with a helicopter. And that's not how people get in. We need to have maneuvering room. What's missing here is usability. It's not enough to draw one rectangle and say, see, it fits inside the other. And you've done that in both of these cases. I like to distinguish between what's economical, which is not wasteful, and what's stingy, which is scraping people's knuckles all the time, having them bang into the wall all the time, having them cut their hands all the time. Certainly in the affordable housing situation, we're going to be using these facilities every day. And even in this perhaps public urinal, hundreds or thousands of people will use these, and they're not designed to be used. Mr. Scaff earlier said that he didn't know whether or not you'd done any testing. Well, I'm quite certain that you didn't. Lay down some 2x4s on the floor, ask some friends with wheelchairs to come by and try to use these spaces. It is not enough to hear a proposal from someone in industry or in the community, clean up the language and present it to the Building Standards Commission, We need some architecture here. We need usability, maneuverability, orientation, navigation, and use. And that's not being provided. So I would also echo the suggestions Mr. Scaff made in terms of changing your process. I think there should have been a technical step here that appears to be totally missing, because anyone who rolls in a wheelchair is going to know that these just won't work. Okay, I thank you for your attention. Oh, let me say my background is that I spent 15 years as director of an accessible housing nonprofit in San Francisco. And then I spent 4 years as the founding director of the Mayor's Office on Disability in San Francisco. So I've actually, over the years, spent a lot of time testifying before the Building Standards Commission and the DSA. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Yates?
Yeah, I just one quick comment. When you're talking about use of wheelchairs for accessibility concerns before things are implemented into code, I used to be an advisor for MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, also with Golden Gate Transit. And before they implemented any vehicles into operation, they took people like myself in wheelchairs, had us go onto the vehicles, make sure the accessibility issues all were focused on, especially, and also with Golden Gate ferries, so on. So primary examples was good. One thing we did do with the MTC, when I first went in 2005, we told the MTC commissioners that they should get in a wheelchair, start from Oakland, where the headquarters used to be, and transfer the whole Bay Area region in a wheelchair back to the offices and see what it feels like to be in a wheelchair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public? Any other public on the phone line?
No raised hands and no phone numbers.
Okay, close public comment. So it is 1 o'clock. 1:02. We have heard, I think, the majority of the comments that we received in written comment as well, the essence of those. And we certainly gotten that level of feedback with the group that has participated, and I thank you for those comments. I would suggest, again, with the agreement of the committee, that we take a lunch break till 1:30. It's 30 minutes. Hopefully everybody can get from wherever you're at to your kitchen, or someplace close. And we can reconvene at 1:30. How does that work for everybody time-wise? I'm seeing multiple thumbs. Brad, good? Okay. So we are going to go silent until 1:30, and then we will take up the DSA agenda at the first item and compose the rest of the agenda. Okay? Great. Thanks, everybody. See you then. Go mute. How we doing, Brandon? Everybody back? More than 5 minutes past.
Yeah, I think we could start.
It's not, Miss Leda is not back yet, Rebecca. Homer? Okay, good. Do we have DSA? There we have. Okay, up at the top. You guys are there. Okay. Just fill a little time so that Rebecca can maybe come back and join us here. A quick question for you. We have this combined access agenda, which is under the first page, for instance, under administrative, it's got a series of items, 315161. What is this? Is that right? What's the dates? Anyway, whatever they are. 2, 2, 2, 5, and 3. So do we want to take and consider these? Have you had a chance to go through them? Do you want to do them as the whole idea behind this is that we get a grouping of fairly similar topics that could be acted on at one time.
Can somebody clarify which groups we're talking about?
Well, in the grouped items, there is a subsection here called administrative. And the only clear reference here, it'd been nice if they had the item number on the grouping, but you have to go to the CAM to figure out which item this is on, which is sort of the agenda piece. I'm of the opinion, folks, that most of these are lightweight. We should probably ignore the grouped agenda and take them in order of the agenda itself. The only thing I would like to do, just because my puny little mind isn't going to hold on to all these comments we got earlier, I'd like to make sure that if we do go over into the second day, that we take item 15 and 16 and dispose of it today, no matter what. So are we okay with that? We just sort of dump the idea of the grouped items. Anybody see any real benefit to it right now? I had a hard time matching up the numbers off of the CAM into the group. It's a nice idea. We've tried this once before, and we couldn't get it done on the committee table. So I think maybe this being a good dry run, Eric, we see how this might work for next time. So if that's the case, close the grouped items portion, not going to do it. And we can go to the actual agenda. And CAM is probably the easiest way to work that. And that is item number 1 is a blended transition discussion. Everybody back? Everybody got your pages open, ready to go? Eric, you good?
We are, interestingly enough, we were having the very same conversation as we began to reconvene. I don't know if you noticed, Michelle was reordering her pages to align with the CAM.
Yeah. It's, I really like the idea. And Bill, you can figure out what to do with this next time. All right, so here we go. Number 1, you've got a blended transition code change.
So I'll introduce again Michelle Davis, Senior Architect for DSA. She'll be presenting a number of sections. I'll get an opportunity to present to you again when we get to safe dispersal areas. She'll be covering the remainder of the sections other than the item 15 that I had previously covered. So without further ado, Michelle Davis.
Thank you. Item number 1 has to do with the definition of a blended transition that's found in CBC Chapter 2, Section 202. The change is quite simple. It is to change the language that currently says a grade of 5%. And instead, we want to replace it with the language that says slope of 1 in 20. Mathematically, that is exactly the same slope, but we would like to make this change in language because in the past, the code has included either percentage or ratio equivalents, and we have since moved away from that. And we are now using only ratio to express slope. So in order to make this one last section use a ratio expression, we'd like to make this language change.
Okay, thank you. Questions from committee?
Yes, Dan Kaiser. With this change, are you going to follow through and also in the matrix adoption table adopt the word slope? Because right now you do not.
Identified some quite a number of errata in the matrix adoption table, which as most of you probably know, are not regulatory. They are simply there as a convenience to code users. But yes, we will be correcting the issues that we've found with the matrix adoption tables.
Thank you, because right now it's identified as an HCD1 only adoption.
Okay. Any other questions or comments to staff? Okay. Hearing none, open public comment.
Connie Arnold,
I just want some clarification. When you say 1 in 20, the slope was always 1 in 12 for like ramps and curb ramps and things and ramps, or 8.33 for ramps. So what are you saying by 1 in 20? Because it sounds awfully steep, and I'm not a code expert, so just wanted a clarification. So I want to make sure it ensures access for people with disabilities, because many people can't go up steep curb ramps or slopes.
Okay, just to coordinate and eliminate further comments. Michelle, do you want to address that?
Yes, happy to. Thank you. A slope of 1 in 20 is a slope that is 5% or less. This would mean it is a lesser slope than a ramp. So a blended transition is not sloped as steeply as a ramp. So it would be easier to maneuver.
The ratio represents 1 unit of rise against 20 units of horizontal distance.
So Ms. Arnold, this is in a blended transition for pedestrian crossings. It has nothing to do with ramps. So I think.
And will this affect the 2% slope in like a parking area?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Scott,
Very quickly, just wanted to say I support the proposal.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Mr. Nabayan?
Hello.
I'm sorry.
No worries. This is Nubian Scott, staff attorney with Disability Rights California. And I just wanted to share that we approve this proposed change under criteria 1 through 8 in order to promote consistent language throughout the code sections. Thank you.
Thanks.
No other hands raised.
Okay, closed public comment. Questions to the staff or committee? If none, entertain a motion.
This is Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Second, Sudhir Agrawal.
Daniel Kaiser made the motion, Brandon.
Okay. Jay, wasn't it?
It was,
Yes.
oh,
Sorry.
Yes.
Eugene Lozano. I'll come back. Sudhir
Yeah,
Agrawal.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sudhir
Yes.
Agrawal.
Yes.
Daniel Kaiser.
Yes.
Bill Zelmer. Bill Zelmer. Okay, got it. Brad One-Luck.
Yes.
Michael Gibbons.
There we go. Yes.
Approved, Mike Gibbons.
Okay. Omer Mael
Yes.
and Rebecca Lita.
Yes.
The motion's carried unanimously.
And Bill, like the police officer says, the action doesn't convey agreement. I need a verbal assent.
Yes. Yeah, I've got a little mute thing here and I'd accidentally pushed it.
Don't ask me how I know that. All right, item number 2.
Thank you. Item number 2 proposes to add a definition of an elevator building to CBC Part 2, Chapter 2 definitions. There is currently not a definition for elevator building, and it was brought to DSA's attention that the term elevator building is undefined. And we do use this term in section 11B-233. Further, there are allowable configurations where an elevator may be provided in a building, but those configurations do not make the building overall an elevator building. The definition that DSA is proposing is consistent with the Fair Housing Act definition of an elevator building. And the code text, if adopted, will read a residential building with 3 or more units that contains 1 or more elevators. A building that contains only an elevator that travels from a garage or other entry level, not containing dwelling units, only to a ground floor, is not considered an elevator building. A multi-story residential dwelling unit with an elevator is not considered an elevator building. This is also related to item 11, which we will get to later. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Dan Kaiser. I have serious concerns about the way this is worded. I understand your intent, and this only goes to privately funded multifamily dwellings under 233. However, the way this is worded is completely false, because if it's a publicly funded dwelling, this isn't true at all. Any elevator creates an elevator building in a publicly funded building. There's also, you've made no provisions for freight elevators. There's, what was the other thing I had noticed? Publicly funded freight elevators. If you want this to be narrowly focused, we need to find some way to make sure it's only used, this definition is only used for privately funded multifamily dwelling units. Because again, you know, you're taking language from the FHA, which may be fine under Chapter 11A, but it doesn't fit under Chapter 11B all the way. Thank you.
A question for you, Dan, when you said freight elevator, are you referring to an ANSI defined freight elevator or a service elevator that sort of looks like a passenger elevator, just deeper and heavier?
Well, you could use either, because what this is alluding to is that those elevators could go to more than just the ground floor. Therefore, under this definition, it would trigger it as an elevator building, but that's not the intent. So that's what I'm saying. There's some items that haven't been considered, I think, in this definition.
I appreciate that. I wanted to make the distinction that a freight elevator would not be approved for transfer of passengers either in a service or a passenger operation.
Well, I agree, but this makes no distinction. It just says elevator.
It just says elevator, right?
Correct.
And it also doesn't make a distinction for a limited use elevator. So I understand your point. I just wanted to make sure I understood where you were coming from.
Yeah, no, I think this is this is necessary, but it's just it's confusing.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, open to public comment.
Tim McCormick.
Thank you. Tim McCormick, representing the California Building Officials, Chair of the Accessibility Committee. We have a lot of concerns about this proposed definition. We think it's important to try to make a definition for an elevator building, but it has not really been done to date because I think it's very challenging to do it. There's so many nuances to saying what an elevator building is for purposes of triggering adaptable unit requirements, that I'm not sure that a definition is even a good idea. I think our thought is that the only thing you can say is a building with an elevator might be an elevator building. That's about all you can really say, because there's so many exceptions and nuances to it that I think it's better handled somewhere else than in the definitions. I think it should be handled in the sections that deal with scoping, 233.312, that says what happens when an elevator is in a building. The definition itself has some problems. We do agree with a concern about stating 3 or more units. We think that the answer is different in public housing. Public housing can be 1 unit. We think that the definition, when it talks about travel to a ground floor and whether or not that's a trigger for an elevator building, doesn't recognize that the code generally considers the stop of every elevator at a floor to be a ground floor, that creates a ground floor. So using it, the definition creates a circular argument that causes confusion. And finally, the last sentence actually contradicts guidance given from HUD and DOJ on an elevator within a multi-story residential dwelling unit. According to their latest document, Q&A number 25, answer 25 to their question, it states clearly that when an elevator is in a townhome, it does create a building with 1 or more elevators, but that the requirements for adaptable units is limited to that unit alone. So I think there are a number of concerns here. I applaud the effort to try to bring them together, but this definition has more of what an elevator building is not than what it is. I think it's a very challenging assignment to try to write it in such a way that you cover all of the nuances. I think it's better not to try and simply cover it in the section 233.312, which I believe they're going to discuss later. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nubion Scott.
Hello, my name is Nubion Scott with Disability Rights California.
Oh, no, hang on.
Oops.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Nubion Scott with Disability Rights California. And as far as this proposal goes, I would recommend that it goes back for further study in light of the recent comments. Thank you.
No other hands raised. Oh, wait. Just a minute. Mr. Scott.
Sorry about that. I want to just support Ms. Scott's comments based on the concerns that have been raised. I think it needs to go back for further study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
And Mr. Yates.
you're muted, Mr. Yates. There you go.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with the discussions and it needs to go back for study because years ago, when I did a physical walkthrough, and I shouldn't say walkthrough, but a run through a building for First 5 Commission here in Santa Fe, they had a lease agreement that the landlord made the whole building accessible, including the elevator building. So, but they didn't. It wasn't accessible. So that needs to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other
Good.
hands raised.
Okay. Close public comment. Committee members, question for staff. Staff, do you want to respond in particular to Mr. McCormick's points and Mr. Kaiser's?
Yes, thank you. The definition of elevator building is to apply only to 11B 233 housing, which in chapter 11B is public housing. So it will clarify that when an elevator is provided, that yes, the elevator goes to the levels, all the levels, and all the units become ground floor units and are then included. So there is no provision for freight elevators because this is residential construction, and typically freight elevators are not provided. There is no provision for the limited use, limited application elevators for the same reason. We would expect the elevator to be common use and available for all of the residents of the entire building. Were there any other questions?
Dan Kaiser again. Thank you for that, but it still doesn't answer what happens with a duplex with two dwellings. That's covered under public housing. And so, you know, I think that you need to retool this.
Well, we have followed, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
We were following the Fair Housing Act definition, which does limit it to buildings with 3 or more units. Typically, a duplex might have the entries on the grade level anyway, so they would be ground floor entries already.
That's not true, ma'am. If there's no living space on that grade level, it's not a ground floor. It's the first habitable level is your ground floor.
Yes.
And so again, I putting this definition in chapter 11B is not prudent. And I think some of our commenters were primarily Calvo commenter was very succinct that we're going to create more problems than we're going to solve. That's just my opinion.
Okay, any other questions or comments to staff?
Ida Claire has her hand raised.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify a point with this comment is that in the section of 233, it's very clear that when in public housing, 5% of the units are required to be on an accessible route. It does allow for provisions where there is a multi-story building that you can provide them in an accessible location. And so this requirement for elevator building is specific to when the adaptable units are invoked in the requirements, which are only invoked, the adaptability of the units, when there are 3 or more units in the building. And so there is, while the public housing requirements, those need to be met. The 5% need to be on accessible route. All common units need to be, all common use areas need to be on an accessible route. But it does not require an elevator to be provided when you provide them all on an accessible route. It's only when you're invoking the FHA requirement for adaptability that then those the term for elevator building applies. And in that case, it determines on the rest of the units whether or not an elevator needs to be provided. So I just wanted to clarify that there is the process in the code that directs that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Claire. Michael?
Yeah, and I just want to reflect, thank you for that, because that's exactly what needed to be said, was the difference between that we're the only ones here that do the adaptable buildings in the publicly funded housing. So thank you for that, Ida.
Okay, no other comments, questions, thoughts? I'll entertain a motion from somebody.
Mike Gibbons, I move that the motion be approved as stated.
Omer Mayo, second.
Moved and seconded. You got that, Brandon?
To do. Yes.
Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call question.
Sadir raised his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So by looking at this definition and the discussion that we heard from Mr. Kaiser and other people, it does not jive with the definition. It does not provide enough information. My recommendation is to go back to the further study. Thank you.
Well, you can
Yeah.
vote with your feet in a minute. So we have a motion on the floor to approve. It's been seconded. Brandon, roll call.
Jay Wisnet,
No.
Eugene Lozano,
No,
oh, back. Wait,
no,
Eugene,
this is Gene Lozano.
and your vote,
No,
Sudhir Agrawal,
No,
Dan Kaiser,
No,
Bill Zillmer,
No,
Brad Wunluck,
No.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mayo,
Yes.
Rebecca Leda.
No,
The motion is not carried.
Okay. Is there another motion to deal with this item?
Dan Kaiser, motion to disapprove item number 6.
I mean, item number 2.
It's reason number 6, I think was what
Okay,
Dan was
okay,
getting to.
Thank you.
Are you
I
seconding?
second it.
Okay,
Who was the second?
Sudhir.
Sudhir.
Thank you.
Discussion on the motion?
One additional note that I just overlooked previously that comes up is that there's also under a joint HUD and DOJ statement, there's another type of building where we don't even have to put an elevator in it to be considered an elevator building. If it's constructed just with a shaft for a future elevator, it's now an elevator building. So I think all of these things need to be taken into consideration before we try to throw out a definition that's going to cover all situations.
So the motion is to disapprove as submitted. All those in, excuse me, Brandon, call.
Jay Wisnet,
Come back to me, please.
okay. Eugene Lozano,
no,
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes, with the modification, the way it was presented to disapprove, for disapproval, yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes, disapproval.
Bill Zillmer,
no,
Brad Wunluck,
No.
Michael Gibbons,
No.
Omer Mayo,
No.
Rebecca Leda.
yes,
So the motion is not carried.
And I would have voted no. So need another motion. Dispense of this.
Motion, Mike Gibbons, motion that the item be sent back for further study.
Brad
Gene
Wunluck,
Lozano,
second.
I'd like to, on discussion, note that it appears we have a hole that needs to get filled, and Ida's explanation I thought was on point. I would expect that the definition can be tweaked through further study to make sure that we don't have the hole in scoping that we appear to have. So I am going to support the motion for further study with DSA taking that under advisement and working again, particularly with Calvo, on how they can see to interpret this appropriately. Thank you.
I still need a 9-point criteria for the further study.
Number 4.
Jay Dan Kaiser, I still have concern with this, with the concept of further study, and that it takes it back for a truncated evaluation. We only have a very small window of time to retool this, get it out to all of the interested parties. It bypasses this committee completely again, and then goes on to the Building Standards Commission. So I have a problem with just further study. That's all.
Understand. I guess my only observation is that it's not unusual for items that DSA takes to the commission after further study to get a completely different and intense review in that process. So this isn't the last time that this is going to get hammered.
Oh, I understand. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And,
okay.
And I thought if you needed a item, it would be number 6 is what I didn't know. I said criteria.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, Brandon.
Jay Wisnick,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
No.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wunluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mayo,
Yes.
and Rebecca Leda.
Yes.
So the motion is carried.
Number 3. Excuse me. Item number 3. You're muted.
Thank you. Item number 3. Item number 3 is a change to CBC Chapter 4, Section 406.2.3, accessible parking spaces. The current code language only references further information in Chapter 11A, and we would propose to amend the statement to read, where parking is provided, accessible parking spaces, access aisles, and vehicular routes serving accessible parking shall be provided in accordance with Chapter 11A or 11B as applicable. This change is needed just for clarity and ease of use for code users. It's a courtesy reference. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions of staff? Hearing none. Okay, open for public comment.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, close
Oh,
public.
wait, a hand went up. Ms. Scott?
Yes, thank you. Nubian Scott from Disability Rights California. Regarding item 3, we approve this proposed change under criteria 1 through 8, as it provides clarification as to cross references and helps to ensure accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands raised.
I notice I'm waiting. Aha.
Ms. Arnold.
Can somebody just answer how the accessible parking in chapter 11B or 11A applies to parking areas that are large dirt parking lots where it's not paved, and what is done to address those areas, like say at a racetrack or a pumpkin patch?
It's not part of the code cycle, but I'll indulge the question. Staff, do you want to give a quick answer on how temporary parking applications would be met? If you want to, you don't have to.
Well, temporary facilities are already covered under 11B at the very beginning of Division 2. There is a statement about temporary facilities also being covered. However, the building code only covers things that are built. So I think it would be up to the local authority having jurisdiction to determine how to handle something that isn't built.
Yeah, we have it. I have.
Hmm.
We do.
Well, Ms. Arnold, do you have a quick comment? This is not on point, so we're not gonna worry about it too much. Go ahead.
Is this something that can be as part of a future code to address places that are that don't provide use parking in an area that's dirt? Is this something that can be a future proposal?
I think DSA staff can take that as a future agenda item for consideration. So we're gonna move on. Any other comments?
Just that we need folks to mute themselves if they're not speaking, please.
Okay, nothing else?
No other hands raised.
Okay. Questions for staff from the committee? Don't, Michael, don't.
This is Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
One luck second.
Call the question.
Jay Wisnet,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Lundluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Homer Mayo,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita.
Yes.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And my comment to Michael was that both of us, I think, were sort of salivating on having a discussion with DSA about whether that was actually already covered in code. And that would be an interesting conversation, Michelle.
I just did a quick check. It already does.
Yeah.
It already does.
So anyway.
Yeah, 502 sends you back to 302 for firm, stable, and slip resistant.
Just
Okay.
try section 11B 103.
Yep.
Equivalent
Okay.
facilitation. Yep.
All right. So anyway, moving on. now that we've all, had that opportunity. Number 4, Michelle.
Okay. You're good. Oh, okay. Item number 4 is found at CBC, Chapter 10, Section 1009.2, topic accessible means of egress, continuity, and components. Well, DSA is, Chapter 10 lists requirements for accessible means of egress and alternate methods for providing egress, including safe dispersal areas. What we propose to change adds a reference to section 1028.5, where we find more detailed requirements for safe dispersal areas than those found in section 1009.2. This item is also related to item number 7, and the proposed new language is adding a new number 11 to section 1009.2, and number 11 is proposed to read safe dispersal areas where they are allowed under section 1028.5. Thank you.
Questions of staff from the committee? Hearing none at this time, we'll open public.
Mr. McCormick,
Thank you. Tim McCormick, California Building Officials, Chair of the Access Committee. We want to thank DSA for bringing this very important code change forward. We think this adds a significant amount of increased accessibility that's necessary. Right now, if there isn't a accessible route to the public way, a person uses alternate means for protection until rescue assistance can reach them, one of those being the exterior area of assisted rescue. However, that feature needs to be located immediately next to the building, the way it's written, and it's described as such, with protection from the building, while a person waits there, presumably for a building on fire, for our good friends at the fire department to come help them and rescue them. However, if possible, it seems much better if they can use a safe dispersal area, which is located at least 50 feet away from the building. However, there are no provisions currently in the code that talk about using that as a feature or in having accessibility to it. We think it's an important change to add this to the code. We think it creates a safer alternative for people that are exiting, and it enables people, not only the mobile people, to use it, but now will enable people with disabilities to use that feature as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Dara Scher.
Dara Scher, Disability Rights California, we certainly agree with the prior speaker that it's important to connect the accessible, connect the refuge areas to the safe.
I'm sorry, my headset just cut out. Can you still hear me?
Yes, thank you.
And I think we support this proposal, but we have two concerns. One is, and again, this links to items later in the agenda. We have three concerns. One is all of these other items 1 through 10 that are listed in 1009.2 come with very specific requirements for accessibility, and safe dispersal right now might not be connected accessibly to the building, and that's important. We can't have a safe dispersal area substituting for one of these unless we're clear there's an accessible route, and which I'm just not sure it's completely covered by all these changes. Second, we are very concerned that this really goes to the related section, that the provision in the area of um, of in the safe dispersal area is not adequate to account for the actual size and number of people who will be using that area. And this is really a cross-reference to 7, which is related. So I don't know if you want me to address it here now, but requiring that there be room for 2% of the facility occupants to have accessible space within the area does not fully address the connection between accessible places and the safe dispersal area. Furthermore, that number is too low. If you're talking about public housing, it requires at least 5% mobility units. So at a minimum, there ought to be a space in the safe dispersal area for 5% of the occupants. But I would note that in many buildings, and again, I'm not quite sure this covers things other than housing, but to the extent it does, hospitals, nursing home, or other facilities, elder housing, I'm not sure that the 2%, serving 2% is adequate. And furthermore, the amount of space it takes for someone with a wheelchair is much greater than the amount of space it takes for someone who doesn't use a wheelchair. So we totally support the concept here. And these are just some questions that have come up in our recent discussions that we're not sure are fully addressed here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you to hang fire on those until we get to item 7. We decided to take everything in line. So please bring those back up. I think they're the concerns I have, but we'll get to those in just a minute. But
great.
It's nice.
I'll be happy to do that. I'm not sure that one of these is specific to item 4, which is 1 through 10. Is it clear that the safe dispersal area in 11 is connected to an accessible route in some way? It doesn't do any good to have a safe dispersal exit that doesn't space, it isn't connected accessibly. So that is the one that is adding this as an alternative instead of an add-on. If it doesn't address that, is concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Connie Arnold.
Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate, 30+ years. Just a comment. I agree with what Dara Sure said about the safe dispersal areas in the route. And, I see this as applying to public health facilities, but as a clarification, when you're talking about safe dispersal areas for emergency egress, are you simply talking about, like, say, in case of a fire? Because our lives have changed with active shooters everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Mr. Scaff.
Thank you. Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. I want to support Ms. Scher's comments. Originally, we had discussed this and sounded generally okay with it, but further review suggests it needs further discussion, further input from the disability community to assure that we have the protection that's necessary. And it doesn't sound like that's the case right at the moment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public?
No other hands raised. No phone numbers on the line.
Waiting. Gone. Close public comment. Questions for staff, discussion from the committee. Mr. Gibbon. You're muted, sir.
Thank you. I tried to get to some fire people about this. I'm extremely concerned about this. I don't have a problem when we in the disabled access standards refer to things that are in the fire clearance stuff, but when we start making up laws and sticking stuff in the fire that haven't gone through the fire people, I have a huge problem with it. It shouldn't be done. when you talk about safe dispersal areas, who's determining what's safe? The fire department are the ones that do that. The things that when they're talking about like the exterior areas for assisted rescue, I'm no expert in fire stuff by any means, but there's also a provision in there for fully sprinklered buildings. And if we need more room, I just don't believe that we should even be talking about changing something on a view just of disabled access without going through the fire people on something that's in chapter 10. So I can't approve this at all right now, even if it might be that's enough for now. Thank you.
Question for staff. Is this being considered by BFO in any way?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, it was probably too muffled. Is this being considered under BFO committee in any way?
This is Mia with the Building Standards Commission. This is not being sent to BFO.
Okay, thank you.
It's only part of the access package.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
However, can I add on to that? Is that the ninth criteria is that the state fire marshal reviews the rulemaking packages to ensure they don't conflict with fire and panic safety. So the state fire marshal's office will see this.
If I could add on to that, we did get early input from the state fire marshal's office that was generally supportive in nature.
Thank you.
And there are existing similar requirements for safe dispersal areas in correctional facilities that exist already.
Well, and schools. So I'm less concerned about stepping into fire only because we've already got criteria established that the architects use to define these areas, the size of it, the percentage of space dedicated for a person with a disability is probably open for question based on the comments. But I have no aversion to attaching this concept to a extension of the accessible egress. Any other comments? Hearing none. Eric, somebody in DSA?
Thank you. Appreciate the moment to maybe respond to the size. I know that's of concern that's been raised, I think, on both sides of the subject. And where we determined the area associated, number one, we have input from the international, an interpretation from the International Building, sorry, I'm forgetting the acronym, but that suggested that the area itself is already assumed to be within the safe dispersal area. However, the clear floor space as firm, stable, slip resistant is not specifically identified. A similar area, as was mentioned previously, exists at the landing of a door, and that is the area for assisted rescue, which actually is 1% of the total occupancy serving that area for assisted rescue. One in 200 minimally, so at 201, presumably you have 2, and there's a requirement for 2 minimum. That specifically is sized in relation and by reference to the interior space of that's provided areas of refuge. And it's easy to trip over a lot of these areas. However, that 1% and a minimum of 2 would equate to 1 in 200, and it's 1% when considering if you're slightly over 200. As I mentioned, there is a current requirement for correctional facilities, which actually increases the total area for safe dispersal areas to 7 square feet from the model code language, which is 5 square feet. In addition, they have a 5% requirement. And so in our analysis and judging the space that should be required, 2% became the clear, correct answer in our assessment as a compromise between what is required immediately outside the door and what is already in code for correctional facilities.
Okay. Discussion for staff?
This is Dan Kaiser. If I can, we're running away from this particular section under consideration because I have questions also on what staff has just referred to, what a couple of callers referred to. That's all dealing with item number 7. And so if we want to address that now, let's do it. But I hate to respond back to staff when that's not the section that we're even discussing right now. Do we want to take in number 7 now also, or?
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Kaiser. Thank you. Let's, if the committee is in agreement, let's go ahead and pull up for conversation and discussion.
Yeah, let's let staff present
item number
that.
7.
Right, because that is very integral to this conversation.
Yeah, and this would have been the idea behind the grouped action item anyway. And that will frankly allow public comment from Mr. McCormick and Mr. Scaff to come back in. So.
Right, they basically talked to that already, yes.
They get to talk to it again because we're going to open public comment.
Right.
So, Mr. Driver, you want to go ahead and present number 7 from staff's point of view?
Absolutely. So item number 7 deals with, and I apologize, this is maybe the late reorg of going back to the CAM versus the grouped item. So I apologize for expanding the discussion unnecessarily. The proposal under 1028.5 access to a public way adds item number 6 to the exception list and states that at facilities regulated by Chapter 11B, an accessible area within the space required by item number 1, which is the 5 square foot reference, shall be provided for a minimum of 2% of the facility occupants served by the safe dispersal areas. For each occupant, the accessible area shall provide clear ground space complying with section 11B 305. Accessible routes complying with chapter 11B division 4 shall connect the accessible area with all accessible exits served by the safe dispersal area. And I believe that addresses some of the concerns regarding the connection of this safe dispersal area to the exits serving that safe dispersal area.
Correct. Okay, questions of staff from committee? Mr. Kaiser?
I think my only question was you keep referring to this 5 square feet. What you're requiring here is actually 10 square feet, isn't it? It's a 30 by 48 space, which is 10 square feet. I'm just a little confused because I do recognize that 7 square feet is for correctional facilities, and I'm just trying to picture or put together, your comments, and your comments don't seem to align with what you wrote here. That's all. The other twist to that is for areas of refuse sizing, we're actually at 10.83 square feet. So are we providing 5 square feet? Or what are we actually providing out here at these safe dispersal areas?
The model code language requires 5 square feet per person which their guidance states includes some areas, they don't say how much, for wheelchair users or other mobility device users who might need larger areas. What we are saying is that we are going to require specific 30 by 48 level, stable, firm, slip resistance spaces for those wheelchair users in that safe dispersal area. So we're being more specific.
So the area is not increasing, the overall area. The improvement of clear floor space within that already adopted area is what's being defined in this proposal.
I appreciate your comments, but I think that your overall area is going to increase because we're changing from 5 to 10 square feet for this 2%.
Our input that we have received is that 5 square feet in their early code adoption already accommodated all of this area that we are simply improving. So in theory, that space already exists within the safe dispersal area, 5 square feet.
Then this section conflicts with that then. Because you're asking under this exception, or this number, item number 6, you're asking that 2% of the spaces have at least 10 square feet.
And in theory, that would take away from understanding that 5 square feet is theoretical, right? A standing person may or may not take up that entire 5 square feet. So the entire occupancy calculation is based upon this theoretical space consideration. And when they were creating the 5 square feet requirement, that space already included some excess areas which would accommodate a gurney or wheelchair or other mobility devices within that 5 square feet allowance.
Then, great. If that's the case, then you need to remove this sentence that requires size or space that's sized in accordance with 11.305.
The percentage
because section 11B 305 requires a 30 by 48 space. That's no longer the 5 square feet. And I understand this is all theoretical and it's fine. I understand that. But now you're requiring an additional 10 square feet, an additional 5 square feet for this 2% wheelchair spaces. So our total size that the designer has to account for is going to increase.
I would disagree, Dan.
I understand what you're saying, that it's not your intent that you increase that size. And if that's the case, then we need to reword this so that I understand that you want clear ground space that is firm, stable, and slip resistance, but maybe you don't really intend for it to include section 11B 304, which is wheelchair space of a 30 by 48.
No, we absolutely intend for that clear floor space to be improved within the overall area.
I understand, but the way this reads now, I as a designer, I as a building official would require 98% of the spaces at 5 square feet, 2% of the spaces at 10 square feet.
The way I read this, Dan, is that person needing the platform is already in the space. It's part of the 5 square feet for each person. And all I'm doing is including or improving a portion of it to be picked up by 304. So that I've got a place for me that came out in a wheelchair to get parked. And I came out on an accessible route that was in compliance with 11B. So that's the way I'm looking at it. I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't design it that way, and I would argue with DSA and a building official if they tried to impose that. So,
And I think that maybe I have accomplished what I need to then by this discussion, because this discussion will be part of the record. So that if there's ever a question of sizing in the future, we can refer back to DSA's guidance and comments here today. So thank you. I think I'm happy now.
good point. Mr. Zelmer.
Yeah, two comments. The first one is I generally like this. I think it solves a problem, which is that people could currently be designing a safe dispersal area that's on a slope that does not work for people with disabilities. So this solves that. I do understand the square footage thing. I think the way that Jay clarified it. So the second issue I have is wondering, where did the 2% come from? It's not that I'm judging you on it, but where did the 2% calculation come from?
That's a question for staff. Try it again.
I'm sorry. So the staff's going to respond?
No, I said Eric was trying to, but he was muted. Now he is.
Okay.
Ready to.
I was simply going to ask for permission to respond. The 2% again is what we perceive as the middle ground between what is required at a very similar area immediately outside the door, which is 1 in 200 minimum. Again, the moment you go into 201, you're required to provide that second one. And so that ends up equating to 1% of the occupants, not area, but the occupants. Currently, the correctional facilities requirements that exist in the code have a 5% requirement. The use case is not identical for correctional facilities and most non-residential facilities. And additionally, the same requirement under correctional facilities actually does increase the overall area per occupant to 7 square feet, which is greater than the 5 square feet provided for in all other non-residential. And so DSA has set and believe it's a reasonable percentage of occupants to provide.
So if I could just make a quick comment, that may not be adequate for all occupancies, as I think somebody noted earlier. You could have an assisted living facility where you're likely to have a whole lot more than just 2% of the population as wheelchair users or people with mobility disabilities. The architects and the design team are responsible to do a responsible job, but if they shoot for the code minimum, it won't be high enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, did you? No other questions for staff? We're going to open back up to public comment. Mr. Scaff. Excuse me.
Richard Scaff.
I apologize. Thank you. I am also very concerned about the arbitrary number, the 2%. And I think this needs further review. It should be sent back for additional discussion and review. I am also very concerned that it's being done while the state, and this was brought up about the state fire marshal being a part of this discussion, which I think is really important because the state fire marshal is responsible for Title 19, the California Fire Marshal's regulations for evacuation of multi-story buildings. I was able to get the fire marshal years ago to put together that group to modify and update Title 19 to make it more responsive to what is actually the population needs within the disability community. And this, I believe, directly relates to that. And instead of discussing it today, I would suggest sending it back to DSA, saying that DSA should develop a process to meet with CAL FIRE to discuss this item as it relates to Title 19 and evacuation and people with disabilities. As Ms. Schur stated earlier, the number that was used here as far as the 2% of people with disabilities needing this doesn't take into account the number of people with mobility disabilities that might be in a residential or commercial building. So I would hope that you would send it back for further discussion and discussion with CAL FIRE. Thank you.
Next.
Dara, sure.
I just measured off the square footage in here, and I can tell you, you can't get 5 power chairs in that space. It's not even close. And we know in 11B buildings, there are at least 5% units where people have mobility disabilities. And we know that right now HCD is actually requiring 15% mobility units and is this tax credits in all new construction. So it is one thing to speculate about how many people with disabilities might be in this area of refuge or safe dispersal area. And, you know, you can make some estimates based on the general population, which we think are way low. And we understand you can't make room for everybody because you'd be building a double building. So we realize there has to be a compromise somewhere. But we know in 11B buildings, housing, there are at least, in hotels, there are at least 5% mobility units. So it seems to me, we're going to pick a figure. We need to pick a figure that provides actual space for people with power chairs in that is equivalent to 5% of the mobility units in the building. And I just think if we're really concerned about making sure people are safe, we know for a fact that those people are going to have, almost all of them will have a significant mobility disability, or they wouldn't be in those units because they wouldn't be allowed to under HUD priorities or DOJ priority, ADA priorities. So I just think we think this is a great idea. I realized when I first spoke, I had missed the language about it must connect with an accessible route, which solved my problem with item 4, but I am still somewhat concerned and think we need to send this back for further study to think about what is a realistic amount of space in an 11B building to actually provide some realistic chance of serving the people in the building who have disabilities. Obviously, in a senior project or any other kind of project where you have a larger number of people with disabilities, you're going to have a problem, but hopefully there are other exits, means of egress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to the next caller, I would like to remind our commenters that in addition to the automatic captioning that's happening in Zoom, we do have a live person who's typing into another application. And we ask that you please speak slowly so that they can catch everybody's comments in full.
My apologies.
Our next commenter is Connie Arnold.
Yes, hi, Connie Arnold, disability rights advocate. I'd like to say I agree with the comments by Dara Schur and Richard Scaff that the refuge area is a matter of life and death situations, and I think it needs a little bit more consideration and suggest you send it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Brandon, you're lit up. Is there something you want to say?
I'm lit up.
You must, you lit up on my screen as if you were in anticipation of speaking. So I'm sorry if I anticipated. If that's not the case, then, okay, so close public comment. Questions for staff from the committee or a motion?
Dan Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted, items number 4 and 7.
Second, Sudhir Agarwal.
Discussion on the motion.
Dan Kaiser, I did listen to the commenters and I appreciate what we did here, but as a building official and a fire official, I have seen these areas of safe dispersal used. These are sized for the occupant load of the building, which is never or rarely attained. So there's adequate room to accommodate everybody, whether it's 2% or 5%. That's just my opinion.
Well, thank you, Dan, because
Okay.
I was wondering.
Bill, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just saying I appreciate your explaining, because that 2% is still something I'm wondering about.
Okay, any other comments from other members? My concern echoes a little bit what Bill was talking about, and I understand exactly what you said, Daniel. We'll never hit the total occupant load of the building. We'd have all kinds of problems if we actually did, except in some specialized occupancies, and in particular skilled nursing or an ortho unit or something like that, where you got an awful lot of people that are going to be using a mobility device of some sort, and assisted or not. It's going to be nice to have that recognized, I think, because that number is probably a real number. If you got a 120 bed SNF and you're going to, with the way that occupancies are going right now, those are fairly well used. So 120, say I'm 80%. I'm not doing the math, but I got 60 people coming out of there. That's not 2%. So having accessible space for those, I think probably justifies more than 2%. Maybe that's how correctional came to 5%, because we unfortunately have a higher incidence of incarceration in that population. So that's my only reservation about approving as submitted.
I think that this is a good start, though. That's one of those things that maybe we can tweak in future code cycles, or put more responsibility on the designer of specific, uses. I agree. For example, Bill deals with health facilities, and his numbers are going to be significantly different. But how do we come up with that? How do we quantify that so that we can apply it throughout the state? And I think that this is a good start. Let's tweak it in the future.
Well, it certainly is an improvement over what we have right now, because we do face this as a designer of having people come out of the building and maybe not have a good safe dispersal definition for how to address the accessibility. We do some things specifically when we do the building, but I think some code guidance is good. So I'll sign on. Mr. Zelmer, anything else?
Yeah, well, yeah, I was just going to say I'm persuaded, so
Okay.
I'm on board.
Holland is in the room. Way to go, Kaiser. All right, so call the question.
Jay Wisdom,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
No.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zomer,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
No.
Omer Mayo,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita.
Yes.
So the motion to approve is carried. Additionally, Chair, it's approaching about that 90-minute mark for the so the captioners and the interpreters could take a break.
Yeah, I
And-
wanted, excuse me, Brandon, I just want to make sure that's recorded as approving 4 as well, not just 4, not just 7. This is 4 and 7.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Items 4-1 and 7-1.
Correct. Okay, so we want to take a short break here for our captioner. This is good. We're making progress.
Yeah, right.
Everybody mute, please.
Okay, how we doing here? I see most of us back. And Gene's back. Okay, folks, you want to get ready? Go here.
It's good on this side, sir.
Brandon, ready?
Yep.
Okay. Michelle, you're up.
Thank you. Item number 5 is also a chapter 10 item, but this one is, I think, much simpler. We are again at CBC chapter 10, section 1009.8.2, accessible means of egress. But in this one, we are simply proposing to amend the courtesy reference. The courtesy reference currently reads, signage shall comply with chapter 11A, section 1143A, or section 11B 703.5 requirements for visual characters. We propose to add chapter 11B in front of the section 11B 703.5 reference, just to make a complete courtesy reference that flows more easily for code readers and users. Thank you.
Michelle. I'm hoping this is a non-issue. Questions of staff.
Mr. Wisenet, we can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry, is that getting better?
That is better, thank you.
Actually swallowed this thing, I guess. The questions of staff.
Dan Kaiser. Thank you. This was this helps a little bit. My question is, we still don't have a reference within the sign requirements of 11B 216, which goes back to. So, you know, we're lacking that connection. So if you can consider tying that together at some point, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Open for
Mr.
public
Chair,
comment.
Gene Lozano.
I'm sorry, Gene. Excuse me. Go ahead.
May I make a comment? I would ask that in a future code cycle that we revisit this section and consider how to provide that information for individuals who cannot benefit from the visual directional informational signs like this one, so they know how to operate the device, the button, and also how to locate it. As a totally blind person, I may or may not be able to figure that out, or even know that the button is present. So I think that, in conjunction with the fire marshal's office, I think we should have a future discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything from staff right now, or you want to wait till the public comments to respond to that, to Gene's comment? Not now.
To the chair, this is Mia Marvelli.
Yes.
Hi, we're having a really hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. You know, I've got.
Now we can hear you. Maybe it was upside down.
Okay, let's try again. So, thank you for keeping to remind me. as the day goes on, I will get probably around more. Open for public comment.
There's one hand raised, Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. Once again, I want to ask that DSA and CAL FIRE need to deal with evacuation, fire-related, emergency-related issues jointly together instead of truncated the way it is. One does one thing and the other does another thing. And as I said earlier, and Jean just suggested also, that discussion needs to also include people with disabilities, which the Title 19 committee was. It was made up of CAL FIRE, DSA, and a number of people from public entities, nonprofits, people with disabilities, and others representing business organizations like Hotel and Restaurant Association and others. These have been around for a while, these requirements, and they need to be updated and possibly modified. We have an aging population that's increasing, and with that population, there are more people because of those aging folks. We have more people with disabilities, and we're not reflecting that in present day code. So I would ask that this, again, go back for further discussion and review.
Okay.
Thank you.
Closing public comment. This is just a clearly editorial ease of reading change. We're adding the same chapter reference as 11A using 11B. There is no code change associated with this. And while I appreciate the concern that there are updates that need to be made, that's not this item. And that can be a future agenda for DSA and others to take up. Right now, we're just trying to put chapter 11B in the text to make it easier to read and consistent with the 11A. So questions of staff from the committee, otherwise a motion.
Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted. Item number 5.
Second.
That was Jane seconded. Thank you, Jane. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Brandon, you got to take it by roll. Sorry.
Jay Wisman,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mayel,
Yes.
and Rebecca Lita. Rebecca Lita.
She may not be in the meeting anymore.
Well, the motion does carry. We have the motion carries.
Okay. Thank you all. Staff, number 6. Item 6.
Thank you. Item 6 is very similar to item number 5, where we propose to amend the language at CBC Chapter 10, Section 1010.1.4, which pertains to the floor elevation at exterior decks, patios, and balconies of residential units, adaptable or accessible residential units. We are proposing to amend the code language, which currently only references Chapter 11A, and add chapter 11B also, the proposed text would read, see also chapter 11A, section 1132A, point 4, or chapter 11B as applicable. Both chapters 11A and 11B have additional requirements for accessible units and the floor elevation at a door or landing that are more restrictive and more specific than that found at section 1010. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff from the committee? Hearing
There
none,
are no
open,
hands raised.
open public comment.
No hands raised.
Seeing none, close public comment. Questions for staff or a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted, Kaiser.
One Luck, second.
Call the question. Excuse me, call the question, Brandon.
Jay Wisman,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad One
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mayel,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, item number 7, we have dealt with. And so we're on item number 8, staff.
Thank you. Item number 8 is proposing to repeal DSA's adoption of section 1150A and subsections 1150A.1 and 1150A.2 of chapter 11A. And the reason we are proposing this is because when the public housing requirements were moved to chapter 11B, we also moved the site impracticality tests to chapter 11B. So having DSA adopt the 11A as well as our own 11B sections is duplicative and could lead to confusion, where we mean to only have the requirements for public housing in 11B. As I said, they are already there. There is no loss of site of impracticality tests. We are simply trying to point to one section rather than 2. Thank you.
So a quick question. What is being deleted is repeated as site impracticality tests in 11B 233.3.1.2.6.
Yes, that is correct.
And that language is the same and no
Yes.
questions. Okay, thank you. Questions for staff?
Kaiser. I don't have a problem with the specifics of this proposal. I just want to reiterate my objection to the whole concept of site impracticality for chapter 11B. This is wrong. This was not intended for public housing. It was intended for FHA housing and was even done after the fact, not even part of the hearing process. So anyway, I just have a problem with this being included in public housing in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And I recall how much grief we went through when this came into 11B, trying to understand it, particularly for those of us that don't deal with residential a lot. Any other comments or questions for staff from the committee? Okay, open for public comment.
Dara Sher.
We certainly support removing this reference here. I would certainly agree with the last comment that was made. My understanding is that 11B and the ADA should not have a site impracticality test. There is no such test in ADAG that is anything close to this. My understanding was it didn't exist. It's a bit of a surprise to me to learn that it exists identical to this. What was that citation again? That I could ask staff, because we need to move to delete it. The ADA does not provide the same level of site impracticality as, 11B should not have the same level of site impracticality as 11A. It's a completely different standard under ADA.
Well, the statement of reasons, Ms. Scher, indicates that the site impracticality tests are in 11B 233.3 and a number of other numbers. So you can find it there. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Our understanding is that the standards there are different. So we would support this change, and we'll go back and look at that, because there should not be similar language to this in that section. If there is, we'll be seeking a change outside of this, but we certainly approve of eliminating this citation.
Thank you. Other questions from the public? Comments from public?
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Closing public comment. Questions for staff from the committee?
I just like it.
Yes, Michael.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to, my understanding is that, well, we know that the stuff for in the public housing under the ADA does not include the adaptable units. Doesn't exist. So when we go to California on its own adopted an additional provision beyond anybody else for adaptable housing above and beyond the standards for mobility impaired and hearing impaired units. So we're by far much more stringent than that already. And then when they moved it over, they also included the areas for the site test to apply exclusively to those adaptable units. So in that standard, they still require you to provide a provision of a minimum of the units as the units on a project under the adaptable provisions, just the same as they did under 11A. So to say that it's not, nobody said it was a reduction in access, but I don't see how that is. And I believe that my interpretation of that standard is correct as it's worded. So unless it's different than that, I'd like to know.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to ask that we make sure we are looking at what this proposal is, which is to delete duplicated language. We aren't here to debate whether the 11B language is there or not. It is, and the DSA is not proposing to adjust that. So we all went through that grief last time. Okay, any other comments for staff? Mr. Zelmer.
So I am a little bit confused. I would expect the proposal to reference the 11B 233 section, but it doesn't. Maybe I don't understand. When it says DSA is no longer adopting 11A 150, why is this not dealing with 11B 233?
Staff, is this a problem in the matrix adoption table as well? I'm assuming this is printed twice.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's printed twice. We already have the references in 11B 233 that are needed. We already have the language there. We simply don't need this language anymore.
And specifically, the section you can reference is 11B-233.3.1.2.5, excuse me, 0.6.
Strangely, that doesn't help me. I'm trying to understand.
The provisions are in 11B currently. The adoption of the 11A is duplicative.
So you're going to not adopt 11A.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Kind of look at it from the other end of the tube, I think. Okay, anything else? Seeing nothing. Ms. Sure, if it is very brief and on point, otherwise, or is your hand just left up? Or do you have a comment?
Just quickly, properties have to comply both with the Fair Housing Act and 11B, hence the reason why you have the adaptable units included, because they are Fair Housing Act equivalent requirements.
Okay, thank you. So no other questions for anybody. I need a motion.
One Luck move for approval.
Kaiser second.
Discussion? None? Call the question, Brandon?
Jay Wisnet,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wonglock,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Homer Mayo,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. Item number 9.
Pardon me while I get organized really quickly. So the Chairperson, this is in relation to the multi-user all gender facilities again. And as previously stated, California Building Standards Commission and DSA are proposing amendments to the California Plumbing Code, requirements to accommodate the design of multi-user all gender toilet facilities. And a significant aspect of that is privacy for urinals. Current accessibility requirements in CBC Chapter 11B provide accessibility in toilets within compartments for any user group, whether the facilities are designed as gender specific or all gender within compartments. DSA is proposing scoping requirements for the accessible urinal compartments. DSA is also proposing requirements that will assure significant clear floor space, maneuvering space within those urinal compartments. I apologize that this is redundant. So that the person using a mobility device can enter the compartment, use urinal and exit. Specifically for item number 9, PSA is proposing changes to 11B-213.2.4. As that reads, where multi-user all gender toilet rooms are provided, they shall comply with 11B-213.3.1. which reads toilet compartments and urinal compartments, 11B-213.3.1. Toilet compartments and urinal compartments, where only toilet compartments are provided, they shall comply with 11B-213.3.1.1, where both toilet and urinal compartments are provided, they shall comply with 11B-213.3.1.2. and all urinal compartments shall be identified by a sign complying with 11B-216.2.
Hi, Eric, can you slow down just a little bit, please?
Absolutely, Brandon, I apologize. We're also proposing changes, amendments to include new section 11B-213.3.1.2, toilet compartments and urinal compartments, where both toilet compartments and urinal compartments are provided, at least 5% of the toilet compartments, but no fewer than one, shall comply with 11B 604.8.1, and at least 10% of urinal compartments, but no fewer than one, shall comply with 11B 605.1. In addition, the toilet compartment required to comply with section 11B 604.8.1 and urinal compartments required to comply with 11B 605.1, where a combination of urinals and water closets totals 6 or more fixtures. Toilet compartments complying with 11B 604.8.2 shall be provided in the same quantity as the toilet compartments required to comply with 11B 604.8.1, which are the smaller toilet compartments.
The ambulatory.
Yeah, for ambulatory. And changes to 11B 213.3.3 include the new language where one or more urinals are provided in compartments at least 10%, but no fewer than one, shall comply with 11B 605. I believe that is all the elements of that item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is it fair to say that this particular item as versus 15 is describing the scoping and percentages that would be applied if all gender facilities were provided in terms of percentages? This has nothing to do with the size of the compartment. This has nothing to do with if it's private or not. This is just a scoping statement for how many we would have. Am I reading the essence of this correctly?
Correct, and they mirror current requirements as well. Current scoping requirements.
Okay. Thank you. Questions of staff from the committee, Mr. Zelmer?
Yes, so I know there is a lot going on there. So the question I have is regarding the signage for the urinals under your proposed language. There's a reference that the urinals shall be identified by a sign complying with section 11B-216.2. So this is, I believe, new territory for us. I'm presuming what's going to happen is you'll walk into a room, a toilet room, there'll be all of these compartments, and then some of the compartments will have a sign that says urinal, so that we can tell the difference between a urinal compartment and a toilet compartment. So do I understand this so far?
You are absolutely correct.
Okay, so we may want to put a sign on the door for the toilet, although we would have to presume if there's no sign on it, it must be a toilet. If you see what I'm getting at, there may be some confusion, but otherwise I'm okay with all of the language and all of its complexity.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Kaiser.
I too have a problem with signs, but first, just a brief grammatical error I think you can correct. Under the very first sentence of 11B-213.3.1, where you talk about a single toilet, but yet you use the word compartments are. There should be remove the S and put is, because you're talking about a single toilet. Anyway, aside from that, signs. Was any consideration given to how this is going to be reflected in the field? Because the sign requirements that you're laying out need a minimum wall space of 30 inches where we can approach it, read that sign. So in between each of these compartments, we're going to have a 30-inch wall space where we have a sign identifying what that compartment is. You've just doubled the size of all toilet rooms that are built. And I'm real concerned about this. And yeah, along with Bill's comment, I hope you haven't created some kind of a urinal sign that goes on the door itself, although that would help. But anyway, that's my big concern is the sign practicality of how we're going to apply this in the field.
Mr. Chairman, Gene Lozano.
Yes, Gene, please go ahead.
To respond to Dan Kaiser's comment about the signs, when the blind community suggested this, it was to be on the door, to be based both urinals and toilets, because we could see the potential of something like a restroom at an airport where there might be close to 50 compartments, and that's all there are. And it was so that you didn't have to go hit and miss trying to figure out which one was the urinal or which one was the toilet. The next step would be whether it's text, I would say urinal in raised printed braille, or a symbol. And so that is something that would have to be developed and put into 11B-703. But since this seems to be in a fast track, that's where the blind community said we need something so that we're not going to be having to face this inaccessibility with no assurances that there will be any reduction in single-user restrooms where they're provided at this time. Hope that provides some explanation.
Thank you, Gene. I think I'm going to follow up a little bit with where Dan was going with this, is that if there would be two strategies here, and you referred to one of them that essentially is the circle and triangle approach, that we could come up with a symbology that would represent the urinal and the toilet that would be able to be placed on the compartment door. And just by virtue of the visual character, the shape of that, you would pick that up. The minute that we get into a tactile braille, now we are having to decide if we go the route that Dan's referring to of having to have the sign located 9 inches off of the strike side and set it to center line and so on. That's a little bit different strategy, and certainly would be an impact that we would have to consider. I think what's happening in that, if that goes that route, we would have a wider compartment, because you're going to have the door located opposite hand of some fixture. So we've got a style panel anyway. We might be able to mount it at that location. So I don't see it necessarily creating a brand new 36-inch wide panel. Because one's going to be there anyway if it's a wide compartment. So
agree, and I think our leanings is more the symbol. It's creating the symbol that's readily you could quickly detect raised, like you were something like the geometric shapes. Mm-hmm. And one thing that did not get in this, we wanted some text in there that at these type of all gender restrooms to use the unisex symbol, the triangle and the circle. That is something that for more than 40 years, people have been learning about that, and to introduce a new symbol for an all gender restroom would really create havoc in the blind community.
Exactly.
And low vision, who use that from seeing it from a great distance. So.
No, I understand Gene, what was intended and what everybody's after. However, the way this is worded, it requires visual, tactile, braille signs adjacent to the door with clear floor space to read it. So the way this is written, we need that 30-inch space adjacent to the strike side of the door.
I see what you're saying, the 703 because of the 0.2.
That's correct.
That,
Yeah.
okay, I get that.
Right.
Yeah.
I get it, Dan.
Yeah, so if you follow this reference through of 11B 216.2, yeah, we need to comply with all of the various requirements for visual, tactile, braille, et cetera, and the locations of it. So I understand what the intent is, but we didn't do that here.
We went further maybe than what the original intent was.
Oh, boy, did we.
But I still think, Dan, from a designer's point of view, you're going to have a wide compartment in the first place. And so the tactile braille designation on the strike side, I think all that's going to start to happen to us is we're going to start driving the size of that compartment larger and larger to provide that style panel, if you will.
Oh yeah, no way. You've got a minimum 32-inch door. Now you've got a minimum of 30-inch strike side. Yeah, this is getting out of hand.
I would put it on the basis that it's getting functional. If we're going to have the sign in that configuration, then it is what it is. If we go to the other approach of putting the symbol on the door, which has worked great as an identifier of an accessible toilet room for years and years, circle and triangle has been very effective. That may be our strategy. It is not what the code change is proposed, and I completely agree.
Plus, Gene's comment is that they need more than just the geometric figures as we know them currently. And they need to be able to identify which one's the urinal, which one's a water closet, so that they're not banging on every door until they find the appropriate fixture that they need.
I agree, and I can only visualize what that graphic symbol is going to look like when we get done with it. But there is a need for something other than a circle and triangle.
I agree.
All right. Anything else from the committee? We're getting a little slap happy here. If not, open for public comment.
Dara, sure.
I appreciate all the comments that have been made, and I think we do need to pay attention to signage that would allow people to identify both that it is multi-gender and that it is a urinal compartment. And maybe that means going back to the drawing board a little bit on the signage. I'm also just concerned about approving this without approving it in isolation from items 14 and 15, and particularly 15, because it refers a lot to accessibility of urinal compartments, and we are talking about those not yet being defined effectively. And so I don't quite know how we can adopt this in isolation from the rest of the proposal. I agree that it's important to say that there needs to be equivalent accessibility in terms of the number of toilet stalls and the number of urinals that are accessible, but I'm a little concerned about how we do that when we're still not, when we have such issues with the way the urinal compartments accessibility is defined. I think they're not accessible as defined, and to refer to them here without resolving that seems problematic to me. So I would suggest this be part of the package, and that it either be disapproved to provide sufficient time to really work it out, or they'll go back for further study with DSA taking a very active input from the disability community to revise it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scher. Next.
Craig Yates.
Yes, I agree with the previous speaker, and also the issues of more and more affordable housing being built. Convalescent centers are being developed. Here in Carolina, for example, Santa Fe, northern Santa Fe, they're taking North Cape Mall and converting it into a complete condo unit with accessible units. But the accessible units, I believe, are not going to be accessible. So there's just issues that keep confronting at North Cape Mall and other places, and the push for affordable housing. So I would appreciate it this committee keeps on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Richard Scaff.
Thank you, Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. I support Ms. Scher's comments. I'm not sure what to say. I can imagine if it gets sent back to DSA, they will say, well, we have decided we're still going to go forward with it. So I'm not sure whether sending it back for additional review will make any difference. I would hope it would. So I am sort of tending to suggest or ask that you don't accept this proposal.
Thank you. Anybody else, public?
No other raised hands. Oh, hold on. Got a raised hand. Connie Arnold.
Yes, this is Connie Arnold. I just want to say I agree with what the comments were by Dara Scher and Craig Yates and Richard Scaff. And I think you should just reject this and not just consider the signage issue alone, because I don't want to see it going forwards until the issue of accessibility is addressed for people with disabilities. And I'm definitely networking across the state with lots of organizations with this issue. So I would hope that we can design accessibility into gender neutral restrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Any other public comment?
No other raised hands at this time.
Okay, so closing public comment.
I had a comment.
Mr.
I hadn't made.
Agrawal, please.
Just a quick one. When I'm reading item number 9, this does not directly deal with any symbol or size, but it only talks about the quantity. So is that what we are approving, or we are going beyond the DSA proposal? That's what my concern is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll speak for Dan. I think the thing that is triggering the signage question is that the urinal compartment in 213.3.1 is required to be identified with a sign. And that sign is referencing 216.2, which then takes us into a tactile and braille sign. That is Dan's concern, and frankly mine, that I think it's probably an overreach in regard to the actual code requirement. But it's in this particular item. So if we were to proceed with taking an action that moves this forward for the percentages that are indicated, then it would potentially come forward with that signage requirement as well.
Thank you.
Sir. Dan, did anything else? You got your hand up.
Yeah, yes, thank you. You know, I agree that if we move this forward with further study, I would hope that the sign requirements could maybe be eliminated, or my concerns would be eliminated rather than referencing 11B 216.2. If we would actually reference 11B 216.8, which deals specifically with these types of rooms and spaces and the geometric and door symbols rather than signage adjacent to the doors.
Exactly.
But just food for thought for DSA. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Gene,
Yes, sir, please.
I'm my leaning is for further study for items 9, 14, and 15. I think they're all together, and I would agree with Dan about the citation about the signage, and I do want to make it clear that I don't think that the sign thing was the most paramount thing in these items at all. It was just, since it was brought up, that's the reason, because I am concerned about the maneuverability within the compartments. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. My comment, though, I'm going to segregate. I am able to segregate these items. Number 9 is just numbers. And if we have an all-gender toilet facility, multi-accommodation toilet, then this essentially establishes the same percentages that we have for a multi-accommodation, separate male, separate female. We're doing these facilities right now, and having this degree of specificity would eliminate an awful lot of questions that we're trying to deal with agencies. And so I frankly like item 9. I can certainly with Dan's motion that he would make, going to point 8 instead of point 2 is reasonable. And I can certainly segregate and deal with this separately than 14 and 15, because they're going to talk about the design characteristics, the turning radiuses, the access, and so on for that space itself. We're going to have an accessible urinal compartment of some percentage of numbers. The question is, okay, in 15 and 14 is, what does it look like? So I would argue that since we can expect parts of this to go forward, particularly since it's in plumbing, and since there is legislative push to get this established as well, probably want to make sure that we're making progress instead of ignoring it and kicking the entire thing back for further study. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. So other comments from the committee?
Just one other. I would like to hear what DSA's thought or comments are with everything else that they've heard in the last half hour.
Go ahead, your Santa. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you for the opportunity. We've actually been chomping at the bit over here. We appreciate the urgency that you expressed, Chairperson, with the inclusion of scoping for all gender urinals facilities. With regards to the signage, we actually have considered this fairly greatly. When you refer to the tactile and braille signage, it does, as a baseline, require it to be on the strike side. However, it goes on to say that when there is no wall space available on the strike side for single doors, you may put it on the hinge side. If you, for all the comments that we received on the specifics to the accessible urinal compartment, you'll notice that when the door is on one side or the other, you will always have either space on the strike side or the hinge side of the door to place the sign. Our concern with creating new signage is mostly of timing. I am not confident that DSA would be able to propose and have adopted new graphic or geographic symbols that become recognizable. That the symbol simply, in our research, doesn't exist for a urinal compartment. And so we have significant concerns over someone with visual impairments, a person with visual impairments, going into a space such as this, being confronted with many doors, potentially floor to ceiling, and not being able to identify which is a urinal and which is a toilet compartment. The solution that we're presenting, the proposed solution, provides for the greatest flexibility and allows the designer to identify the urinals as distinctly different spaces from what would be a water closet. Thank you.
I understand your point. I think I'll go back to mine that if we comply with the requirements for the front approach reading zone for that sign as a tactile braille, we're going to wind up with a considerable amount of space dedicated to that. Now that may turn out to be just fine, given everything we've heard about more space necessary within the compartment itself. And that may be the only way that it will be functional for items 14 and 15. I would also, Gene would be the one I would have to rely on for this, but my past conversations with Gene have also identified that the beauty of a symbol is that it is quickly identifiable from almost a glance. And while we don't have the graphic right now, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't have it. And putting in code that we're going to require somebody to be able to go to a panel and tactile braille read it. Well, no, that's not the one I don't want. I want this next one. It's the usual thing that we get into when we talk about tactile braille signage in a multi-door corridor. So I have reservations about that on the functional level, but I understand the strategy and the issue that DSA took there. And I can frankly go either way. I just think we need to recognize what we're doing. We're making the person identify through tactile braille which door is which.
Chairperson, I'd also like to clarify that the cleared space in front of a tactile braille sign is 18 inches by 18 inches.
One of my concerns with that, though, is that door swing. If you have doors swinging out, you know it. You have to have that 30-inch clear.
Exactly. That's the space. The 18-inch is the space for the sign.
Right.
And the adjacent piece. You can't have the wheelchair in the swing of the door, which means the chair is located on the 30-inch spot.
Right.
So there are multiple things going on here. I'm interested, I think, from my end, is advancing the count. And we're getting hung up on a sign that's a $10 item.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Mr. Zollmer has had his hand raised for a while.
That's okay. I'm patient.
I can't, I'm sorry, Bill, I can't see it with the way the light is on the back of your panel there. It doesn't show up. I'm sorry.
No, not a problem. I'll try to be concise here. I've got 4 points I wanted to make. I'll be brief. The first one is there may be a numbering problem. Somebody mentioned earlier items 14 and 15 as the two items we held over. And I think that's 15 and 16 that we had held over. Second point, I think like you, Chair, I would like to move forward with this. I recognize this is tricky and we are trailblazing here, trying to figure out how this is really going to work. I like the idea of going back for further study to work something out. The third point I wanted to make is I think the signage is a serious issue. It's a serious problem. If I had the choice, I would rather go forward without the requirement of signage at all. And rather than have a requirement in code that becomes a real problem to resolve. And finally, my fourth point, I know that a lot of folks have issues with those items in 15 and 16 that we have yet to come up and discuss. If it seems like it's all about the size, or mostly it's about making it bigger, I like problem solving it and just say that we'd like to make it bigger. I don't want us to get too bogged down. If it needs to be bigger, we'll make it bigger. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Sudhir, I can see your hand.
Yeah, just a quick suggestion rather. On this 11B-213.3.1, if we can strike out the last sentence where it says all urinal compartments shall be identified by the sign complied by section so and so. If we take that section out, then I think we are pretty much saying that the scoping is the issue on this one. How many toilets or urinals do we need? That probably will help us move with this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think we are probably ready for a motion.
This is Kaiser. Motion to approve as submitted. If we find, I'll save the discussion. Motion to approve as submitted.
Wait a second.
Gene second.
We have a second. That was Gene Lozano. Discussion on the motion. Dan?
My rationale is that we need to move forward with this. We don't have any scoping for these. It's going to happen. They're happening already. And so the industry and building owners frankly need this. If we find that we've created a monstrous and burdensome sized room because of signs, then that's something that we can address in future code cycles. But this is happening now. We need to fill the gap. I'm totally against trying to create any new geometric figures, because unless it's adopted worldwide, let's stay away from that. So I think this is probably the best way to go at this point in time.
And would you consider deleting that sentence and then everything looks right and we can go approved as amended?
No,
No,
because I want to know which room is a urinal, which one's not.
so the motion is approve as submitted. It's been
Correct.
seconded. And so we can, I'm getting the sense from what you just said, Dan, that you won't take a friendly amendment from Sudhir. So no other discussion on the motion. Seeing none, Brandon, please call the question.
Just for a point of clarity, this is for the entire item number 9, which includes all sub items.
That's correct.
Yes.
Jay Wisnett,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
No.
Dan Kaiser,
Yes.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
You were muted, Brad. Sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
Michael Gibbons,
Abstain.
Omer Mayel,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita. The motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay, and Bill, the only reason I've been referring to 14 and 16 is that this had nothing to do with showers, which is 16. Okay, 10.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, item number 10 is for code section chapter 11B, section 11B-216.5, which refers to electric vehicle charging facility signs. There's currently no reference for signs in for electric vehicle charging spaces in the sign scoping section of 11B-216. DSA is proposing to add a reference to existing technical requirements that are already located at section 11B-812. This will allow the requirements for the signs to be found and referenced from either the scoping section for signs or the scoping section for electric vehicle charging stations. The suggested proposed amendment simply adds the term "and electric vehicle charging facilities" to 11B-216.5's title. And then we add a sentence at that same section, which reads, "Signs identifying electric vehicle charging spaces and signs within electric vehicle charging facilities shall comply with section 11B-216.5. Thank you. No, that was it for 10. Oh,
Okay.
no, wait a minute.
So-
No, it wasn't. I'm sorry.
You
It
got
was not it for 10.
Yeah, you have an additional.
I
slide.
apologize. Additionally, we are adding a new subsection, 11B-216.5.2, which is titled Electric Vehicle Charging Spaces, and reads, "Signs identifying electric vehicle charging spaces shall comply with section 11B-812.8. We move further on in section 11B-216 and renumber the existing section 11B-216.5.2, moving it down in order to 11B-216.5.3, and again adding electric vehicle charging facilities in with the existing parking title. And we change the text so that it reads, "Signs within parking and charging facilities shall comply with section 11B-216.5.3. We also renumber the two following subsections, 11B-216.5.2.1, and that becomes 11B-216.5.3.1, and adds the word "and charging" into the existing language about signs intended for use by pedestrians within parking facilities. So it becomes within parking and charging facilities. We do an additional renumber at the additional signs section and just move it one down to 11B-216.5.3.2, but we do not make any language changes to that section. Any questions?
So from the committee to staff, any questions?
Yes, Gene.
Sir.
We've had the discussions last code cycle. The Access Code Collaborative, we've discussed it both times. And and it's a moving target as to the reasons DSA declines to make these signs visually accessible by citing 11B-703.5. The first time it was supposed to be that they would be putting something into 11B-502.8 and 11B-812.8. They've withdrawn that this time, but the argument was they didn't want to do with the visual table found in 11B-703.5.5, which is the federal government has that starts as low as 40 inches from the finished ground, moved upwards. And it was said that table only applied for somebody standing, but it wouldn't apply for somebody in a vehicle, which doesn't make logical sense to me. But I think there's failing to recognize that there, at least conservatively from the U.S. Census, there's 32.2 million people that have identified themselves as being visually impaired. Now, that is from 20/70 or worse vision to total loss of vision. The majority of the people, vast majority, have some functioning vision. Many of those people are out there driving, have driver's licenses. Maybe they shouldn't be driving. There are people, some that are legally blind that have adaptive aids that they can drive and see. So that, and there's, with multiple disabilities, there are people that drive vehicles and use the accessible spots or electrical charging stations there. Not to cite to have an effective sign that is truly visually usable, not only for people with low vision, but full vision that can be seen. I just do not understand why there is a reduction. Why do you want to reduce access or prevent there being full access equity for everyone? And we found out the analogy of wheelchair ramps. There was total resistance back in the 80s, up to the 80s. No one wanted to put in, but they did get in there. Now people who have no disability love curb ramps because they got strollers, luggage, etc., wheeled devices, skateboarders, they use them. So this is just benefits the whole population, not just people with visual impairment. I'm finished, but I just wonder if we could just get it out. Why is it that you're refusing to acknowledge that we need to have a citation for the visual characters when it is in all the other sections, 216.3 and 2.4 and 2. You have it, it's all there right now. So it would be not asking for a cross-reference that it doesn't exist elsewhere in 216. I'm finished, Jay.
Thank you, Gene. That was on point, I guess would be the easiest way to put it. And I remember our past conversation in the last code cycle about this. Questions for staff from the committee? I want to hold that comment from Gene for staff to respond to after we get done with public comment.
Kaiser has a comment for staff. I think my only concern with your item number 10 is the way you are packaging this. And I'm kind of disappointed, frankly. We've gone through great extents and effort to separate parking and EVCS throughout other parts of the code. We've got parking under 11B208. we've got EVCS under 11B228.3. And throughout the code, we've made sure they're separate. And one of the hardest things as a building official and as helping designers is trying to keep them separate. And now you've combined them again. Is there some reason you couldn't have created a separate section or a separate subsection, one parking, one EVCS, and keep them separate, please? There's no reason why we should be making a fruit salad again. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, any other comments from committee? Seeing none, open public comment.
Connie Arnold.
Yeah, hi, this is Connie Arnold. I want to support the comments made by Eugene Lozano on this issue, and I have concerns about it as it's stated in item 10 in the initial package outline, and I'm not sure what the I support his comments, but I also am commenting on this comment here in this package, in the initial, whatever it's called, to go back to the first page. It says in here, this allows the requirements, this is like the third sentence, this allows the requirements to be referenced from either the scoping section for signs or the scoping section for electric vehicle charging stations. And I wanted to make sure from what I'm hearing you say, there's two separate references, because one of the arguments that former Chester Whittam, the state architect, had made when the initial packet came out about electric vehicle parking spaces and that they would become accessible, it changed to charging stations to say that people weren't parking in the parking spaces, that they were only charging stations, so they didn't have to be accessible. I see more and more developments here in Elk Grove, California, by the new Costco we have, showing more accessible charging stations. We're moving towards more electric vehicles, and we have deadlines for that, even though my high-tech van uses gasoline. Hopefully gasoline won't go away. But in the meantime, parking signage is critical, and it should be defined and be accessible as a parking space. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? It looks like
Nubian
Scott.
Scott.
Yes, thank you. This is Nubian Scott with Disability Rights California. And I also wanted to echo Jean's comments from earlier. Those are comments that we support here at DRC. And it's my understanding that the California Council of the Blind proposed amendments to this item prior to the meeting, and we also support those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Richard Scaff.
Thank you, Richard Scaff, Designing Accessible Communities. I won't repeat. It's clear that there's enough concern from the community that this needs further investigation, discussion, especially with the community before it moves forward. So I would also ask that it be sent back for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scaff. Anybody else? Mr. Yates.
I don't want to repeat everything everybody else said, but I agree. Needs to go back for more discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Nobody else? Closing public comment. Okay, staff, I'm going to ask you to comment on why we do not have size charts for viewing distance as part of this requirement, as Jean is referring to, basically. I don't have any problem with the code change itself, and it certainly is not improper the way it's written to me. It doesn't have size criteria associated with it, which is odd. And I'd like your response on that.
Yes, thank you. The table that is found at 11B 703 is intended for pedestrians. It comes straight out of the Americans with Disabilities Act standards. And it says specifically that it is for pedestrians. The distance given in that table is if there is a fixed obstruction that prevents a pedestrian from getting any closer to the sign than the distance is given. So therefore, that table would not be applicable to a vehicle because there's no obstruction. It would just be the distance that the vehicle is away from the sign, which of course varies depending on where the vehicle is in the path of travel for that vehicle. Additionally, since a vehicle is moving, sign sizes would be different than for a pedestrian. So that is why we do not want to reference that table for letter size. It would just not be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. The only thing, I'm just going to comment for a second, Gene, and then your turn. A person walking also is a moving entity. And the argument that the fact that the car is not giving you the same angle of incidence for viewing or otherwise it's true, but it's also not necessarily means that you have to not provide that criteria. Right now we have nothing. And so we have very limited ability to decide how big is that sign. Gene?
Well, I don't want to repeat what you just said. I was wondering if I had referred the staff to the U.S. Veterans Administration that has issued guidelines back in 2010, I believe it is, that said for that the signs for should be a minimum of the characters for motorists on signs was 1.5 inches. And I was wondering if you were able to check the Veterans Administration guidelines and see what did they base those on. And that was for motorists.
Yeah.
That would be driving into a spot in a parking facility.
Obviously, Caltrans uses something to decide how big the sign is on the freeway for 60 miles an hour. So there's research out there. And I am familiar with the reference that you're referring to, Gene, from our VA work. I find it, again, I will say odd at this stage that we haven't come up with something that addresses this. Because I can come up with a very small sign in a parking structure to identify spaces that may not give adequate direction to somebody trying to find it. So, any other questions from the committee to staff? And then we'll let staff stop chewing on their bit. Okay, staff, back to you.
So we were going to point to the statute at the side entrance, the statute requiring 1 inch minimum at the side entrance sign. But I would also suggest that some of what's being discussed here is fairly substantive beyond the scope of what the proposed language is, and DSA would not have the ability to add that substantive language in.
No question, Eric. And I have violated my own rule by pushing you into that conversation. But the only reason I wanted to go there again is that this has been a consistent discussion through at least 2 code cycles. And now this is the third. And so I just think it's something that DSA should recognize and start to address. So you're absolutely right. We have a sign for a EV vehicle criteria. It's bona fide. It makes sense. And it can, in my opinion, go forward as it is. So anything else? If not, motion from the committee.
This is Sudhir Agrawal's item number 10 to be approved as submitted.
Bill Zelmer, I'll second.
Discussion? Seeing none. Brandon, please call.
Jay Wizen,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
No.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Abstain.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
You're muted,
Michael.
Mr. Gibbons.
No.
Omer Mayo,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita,
Did we just talk?
now it looks like the motion's carried.
Oh, okay. I lost count, sorry.
So that would be for the entire item number 10, including all sub items.
Correct.
Oh, and I suppose, Chair, something to note at 4:40, that'll be 90 minutes. So a break for the captioners and the interpreters.
Okay, and we're agended to be finished at 5. So my expectation is that we're going to need to cut off at 5 and plan on starting again tomorrow at 9. Shoot, almost. All right. Let's see. So we got 10 minutes for that.
Chair, DSA has their hand raised.
Sorry, thank you. DSA, go ahead. I'm trying to debate if we stop now and give a rest and just call it a day.
My question related to an earlier comment that you made.
Yes.
To finish up items 15 and 16 today.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. I was trying to decide if we have enough room to do that or not. So, item number 15. We took a bunch of comment on that from everybody. We agreed that we would not get repeat comment from the public. So as we go through this next stage of what way we want to dispose of item 15, and then we'll back up and go to 14 maybe, but we got to get 15 and frankly 16 out of here, or we're going to lose track of our public comment this morning. So item number 15. Staff, anything you want to add at this stage? As we talked about this morning, I do not advise that you withdraw it. So is there anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to open for public comment.
I would only restate our earlier commitment to take it back for further study.
Thank you. Okay. I'll open for public comment. Please do not repeat if you made comments this morning. Anything new that you say, make it substantive and new. Mr. Yates.
I just had a quick inquiry. The gentleman, Trevor Kinnaman, who's this gentleman?
I'm sorry?
The gentleman, Trevor Kinnaman, who is this person?
Mr. Fenneman?
Yes,
who's been on the call for a while.
yes, I was just curious who he is. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fenneman, would you like to introduce yourself? Go ahead. We'll use
Happy
up
to. I'm a
1
member
minute.
of the University of California Office of the General Counsel. I'm an ex-officio member of this committee.
Thank you, sir. Okay, hearing no other comments from the public regarding the item at hand, close public discussion on the part of the committee for what to do with item 15, recognizing that staff is committed to an in-depth further study based on all the input they've had before. Mr. Zomer.
Yeah, I would encourage making the stall a little bigger. If this is going to go back for further study, I'll let it go at that. That might solve a lot of the problems.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you. I just want to, I appreciate staff willing to do further study, but I also want to, a word of caution, the plumbing committee, the plumbing code committee is not going to look at compartments. The plumbing code committee is not going to look at audible and visual alarms in these compartments. The plumbing code is not going to look at lighting or heating and air. Don't assume the plumbing code committee is going to address all these other concerns that are going to add a tremendous cost to a building once we start making many rooms, if you will, or partitions that are significantly floor to ceiling. You now need to provide audible and visual alarms, which is an accessibility issue, lighting issue. These are all accessibility issues. And I don't think it's prudent to think that some other committee is going to solve these questions, because they're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Mr. Gibbons?
Oh, thank you. I've been on this committee for like 23 years now or something like that. Okay. And it's been really uncommon for so many of the interested parties that involve themselves, in this process to collectively agree that there are this many significant issues that really need to be resolved and recommend going back, including DSA. I mean, I don't think we're going to solve it today or tomorrow. I think it's prudent to send it back. That's my opinion. So thank you.
Anybody else on the committee? Doesn't look like it. I'm going to make a comment along the line of what Dan's talking about. Since we're doing these right now, there are a couple of strategies on how you address creating the privacy for the compartment. European style facilities are not full height walls. They're very close to it. Other strategies that we're doing is actually building a small room, as you say, and at that point we click in everything you're saying. That includes, just to add another piece of it, that plumbing is not going to address, is fire sprinklers. Now that said, we have a ton of code out there that is going to guide us as to what's going to be in that compartment or room or whatever. Anyway, if I take that partition panel up to -6 inches from the ceiling, I've got a sprinkler head in that compartment because I don't have the 18-inch drop clearance. So I think most of that is actually addressed by current code. I think your point is that we need to be prepared and understand the impact that we're going to have when we make it, as Bill says, a little bit bigger or a lot bigger. And that's what we don't know yet. And that's what DSA is going to have to resolve as something that is acceptable to the function that has to be in that room. I'm going to comment on something that Michael just dated himself, and I'll be right there with him. But Michael and I and Mr. Scaff, and I think that is probably it, were on this committee when we went through a fairly contentious conversation about deleting the existing building transfer toilet that used to be in the code. And I will tell you that Hall Inn was a key part of that conversation back then. And that's got to be a good 20 years. And Michael or I were on opposite sides of that conversation, as you recall. My point is that we deleted that from the code at that time because it just frankly did not work. It's not functional. You couldn't make it work unless you were at a tremendous amount of upper body strength and you could make the transfer. So it might have been in the code and it might have been legal from a code point of view. It didn't make sense. And I think that's the same situation that DSA has to come to here, is understand that within the constraints that we're operating with in regard to the sizing of the turning radius and functions, that this has to work. You can't just pick a T-turns from somewhere because it's in the code right now. It doesn't work. And that's where you have to start. That's enough for me on that. Too
Sure,
much
I've got a-
history. Mr. Zelmer.
Yeah, just real briefly. A comment was made earlier that I agree with about a grab bar being appropriate in the accessible urinal space. If this does go back for further study, I think it would be great to include some reference that a grab bar is allowed, blah, blah, blah.
Good point.
Gentlemen,
Okay.
I need to interrupt. I need to talk to Stream Text because we haven't taken the break at 90 minutes. And I just need to make sure that they're okay with keeping going.
We have 1 minute to go while we take a motion and act on it. So thank you.
Okay, Stream Text, is this okay that we're
Hello, this is the captioner. I don't mind if we keep going. I just seem to have lost connection. So I do apologize. I'm going to get reconnected here and then I will be right back shortly.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
So we should not take any action until she comes back online.
Oh, I had it muted for a second.
Okay. So Bridget, just let us know when you're logged back in, please.
Yes, I am reconnected now. Sorry about that.
No,
Oh,
thank
great.
you very much.
Well, thank you very much for sticking with us. We're going to take this action and then we're all gonna go do whatever we do when we're done with these things. Mine involves a code class. So I need a motion from the committee.
Mike Gibbons, I move that we move this issue back for further study based on number 6, the 9-point criteria.
Thank you.
Bill
Second,
Zomer, I second.
Second.
Gene was the second.
This is 15.
Discussion? Hearing none. Brandon, please call the question.
Jay Wisman,
Yes.
Eugene Lozano,
Yes.
Sudhir Agrawal,
Yes.
Dan Kaiser,
Abstain.
Bill Zelmer,
Yes.
Brad Wungluck,
Yes.
Michael Gibbons,
Yes.
Omer Mail,
Yes.
Rebecca Lita. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Brandon. A question for DSA staff. Do you all figure you've got some ideas on how you're going to proceed to reach out and get this input and develop this? Because as we said, we're not going to see it again, but we will be watching, some of us at least, will be watching for it in the next stage.
Understood. We will need to regroup and figure out a plan of attack on how to address this. There's a number of ways we could do this through. We could use our access code collaborative potentially, potentially have another outreach meeting. We could also consider targeting specific commenters here today. So we've got a few things to consider, but we will conduct further study and outreach.
If I could just make a recommendation.
Sure. Absolutely.
That when you go through and do that, if you could stick, we all know what established good standards are for disabled access. If you guys can try to limit it to that and not let people try to take it off and to make it trying to address everything in the world, but addressing standards that we're using now for all the other types of improvements. I just think I think you should be able to do this. So, all right, thanks.
I think there's a number of a few issues that could become contentious. There was a mention of bars. In all honesty, DSA has done a great effort to attempt to carry existing standards into these new types of spaces. I would suggest to Mr. Kaiser that existing building code does address things like mechanical systems, plumbing systems, fire sprinkler systems. These aren't new spaces from that perspective. It's a space that needs to be conditioned, potentially needs to be sprinklered, potentially needs to be lighted, potentially. All of those standards exist. The issue of cost, this is an optional item. It's not required. And so building owners, designers will have that ability to make that determination with their owners, their facility owners at the time of design. So it's not requiring all gender facilities. And I'm speaking probably on the plumbing code aspect a bit, but the comment was made, so I wanted to address it a little bit. And there was a mention of grab bars in these. It was discussed. However, urinals currently don't require grab bars. Accessible urinals don't require grab bars. And so the determination to not include grab bars in these spaces was made in an interest to carry forward existing standards, as you suggested, Mr. Gibbons.
I'd also like to just say too, and I know you guys worked really hard. You'd have to. I don't approve of this entire concept. So I know, and you guys got thrown a hardball with from the plumbing code to, for us to have to deal with this. So good luck. It's a tough job. Sorry.
I think signage and graphics is another item to consider.
Okay, I don't want to, use the good care that our captioner is giving us here. Anything else that we want to pass on to staff or everybody else? Otherwise, we will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And
Mr. Chair, do we need to close the day out and approve what we've, as a package, what we've approved thus far?
to my understanding, and Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, or may, we don't approve this item. We don't approve the DSA package until we're done with the DSA package. And we don't approve the overall agenda of DSA and HCD till we're done with everything. So, and we can't adjourn today. We just stop.
That's my understanding, and I was gonna defer to Mia, but I see her saying.
Yeah, we'll just resume in the morning where we left off. Yeah.
And just for the record, that will be to address item number 16. Is that where we will be beginning in the morning?
Yeah, and sorry, we didn't quite get to that last item after we did this morning, so we'll, but hopefully everybody remembers the comments and the good suggestions that were made by the public. So thank you very much for everybody's attention and good thoughts, and we get to do it again tomorrow morning. Yahoo. See you all then.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.